Alright guys, I would like to welcome you to the Ultimate Season 12 Akali Guide. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how to play Akali like an actual Akali Challenger One-Trick, and you will be able to 1v5 every single game with enough practice, and you'll have so much fun doing it. Akali is one of the most fun champions in the game, if not the most fun. She has the most potential to make crazy plays happen and solo carry even the worst of teams, so I hope you guys are ready for this guide. There will be timestamps in the description down below for every single matchup, so if you are ever loading up and you're about to go against a specific champion, I'll have my tips and tricks for each champion. Alright guys, and now I'm going to quickly explain how all of Akali's abilities work. So your passive is very simple. Whenever you hit any spell on an enemy champion, whether it be your Q, your E, or your ultimate, it doesn't really matter. Either part of your ultimate or either part of your E, you get a circle around the champion you hit. You can run out of that to get an extended range auto attack that does bonus magic damage. And it just overall can be comboed really well with your Q. You can just go Q auto. It's a very typical thing to do, as most of your consistent damage is going to be off of that. Your Q is a cone. It does AoE damage. It has a pretty decent range. You can use it to last hit minions in the lane. You can use it to do damage onto champions and then get your passive proc and consistently just be going back and forth to try and hurt them. So this does magic damage, and it actually slows in this little area. The very end of your Q slows, and then the edge of it actually has a longer range than the front of it. So that's something. We'll talk more about that later. So your Shroud is really cool because not only does it give you invisibility, it also gives you a big burst of energy. So you have invisibility towards all enemy champions, and you are able to actually use it in lane. So say you're low energy, but you still want to, get the minions. You can use your W and then Q to clear a little bit faster. So that's that. Other than that, your ultimate is probably the most fun part of Akali, I would say. You have two parts. The first part is your R1, the second part is your R2, obviously. First part is targeted. You need an enemy champion to use it. So when you find an enemy champion, you can click on them. Once you're in range, you dash, and you end up dashing behind them, and you get a passive proc, obviously. The second part is a execute. So it's a dash that has free range, so you can use your first one, and then after a few seconds you use the second one. You can use this literally anywhere, even if there are no champions, and that's really useful to escape or kill people over the wall. So if you can't use you don't see them, you can still hit them over the wall. So that is very useful as well. And we're going to talk about all the combos and how to pair everything up in the rest of this video. Starting off with Akali's runes, there's only two keystones you should ever be using: Electrocute and Conqueror. I like to use Electrocute only when I'm mid lane and only when I'm going against more than one squishy high value target, such as a Syndra in the mid lane and a Vayne or a Jhin in the bot lane as the AD carry, people that have little to no mobility or escapability, and you're just able to have more reliable one-shots in the later stages of the game. Going against ranged champions, you go for Sudden Impact, and obviously if you're against a mage, you go for MR, but you change it to armor if you're going against a AD champion. But I always use Second Wind and Unflinching as my secondary runes, and I always use Treasure Hunter because I think it goes well with Akali and how she snowballs. If you're going against tankier champions, like say you're top lane, or you're just against bruisers in general, or really they have a lot of CC, you're really not going to be able to jump in and one-shot anyone reliably, so you're playing front to back, which means you're targeting the front line mostly first. Then Conqueror is better for those extended fights against tankier champions, and I always use Tenacity, I always use Last Stand, and I always use Second Wind and Unflinching. And obviously if you're going into mage, you go for MR. And now moving on to items. The only starter item I ever use is Doran's Shield plus Stealth Ward. You can go for a Doran's Ring as your first item if you're going against champions that you can do well against or easy, such as EKKO or maybe Yasuo or Yone. But in general, I think it's best to just go for Doran's Shield every single time, because that paired with Second Wind is just, it makes the lane so incredibly easy at all times. Past that, there are a few ways you can take the item build, but here is what I found to be the most optimal. If you look at the way Shadow Flame works, the Cinder Bloom passive scales off of maximum health, so getting it as a first item makes you do more damage than rushing a Hextech Rocket Belt. But it's only good if the enemy team has squishier champions or just don't have champions that are stacking up health. And it's only good if you can get your first recall to be a needlessly large rod. Otherwise, you're not going to realistically always be able to recall it the first time for 1250, so you'll end up getting components for your alternator, or you just end up getting a blasting wand and a dark seal. Another thing is get a dark seal early on if you have the extra gold. It's very, very useful. So let's just say you had enough gold to get this, and then you got a few kills, and then you get this. Shadow Flame is a really good item to rush. For boots, I never, ever, ever get anything besides Sork boots. I don't care how much CC they have. I just wait for them to use their CC, and then I jump in. I never will go Riftmaker. It is not a good item. I don't care what people use or whatever. It's just not as good as Rocket Belt, because Rocket Belt's mythic passive gives you 5 magic pen, and Akali, it does not need to be tanky and does not need Omnivamp if you wait for the right time to engage. That's just how it is. Every Korean Challenger Akali and Chinese Akali would agree with me. There's nothing else that currently makes sense. But if you're ever curious about that, you can check my Akali videos and stream highlights to see if maybe it's been buffed or Rocket Belt's been nerfed, because this video might be a few months old when you watch it. So this would be a standard first few items. I would have this about 15-20 minutes into the game, a Shadow Flame into a Rocket Belt, and then boots and a Dark Seal. Even if they only have one AD champion, I'll still get Azonias, because Akali really does thrive against just going and like ulting in and then using Azonias immediately after. So Azonias is always going to be so useful. Past that, you really want to be going for a Void Staff. It is such an underlooked item, especially by lower ELO players. Void Staff is like level 16 and onwards. It's probably the best item that's possible. Because they just, every level up, you get more and more magic resist. If you look, I have 51 right now, and it just goes up and up and up, and then it does a percentage magic pen, so it's a really good item for the later stages of the game. Past that, Rabadons is a good item if they don't have people that you need to use heal reduction, but you can also, say your Dark Seal stacked up, you could turn it into a Medjai's at any point. I only go for Medjai's when I have a Zonia's or a stopwatch, because I don't want to be jumping in without a Zonia's and just dying and losing stacks. It's never worth it. Even a 2-for-1's not worth it with Medjai's. So nonetheless, I will be also going for an Oblivion Orb at some point early in the game if I need to cut their healing. But this is an example of a completed perfect build. You have your Zonia's, you have a bunch of magic pen, and later on you can sell your Shadow Flame for Rabadons if the game goes long enough. Always looking for blue elixirs. Demonic Embrace, I don't think it's good on Akali. It specifically isn't good unless you go Riftmaker, because the synergy on that. Lichbane is never good. It doesn't matter if you have Electrocute. Akali doesn't auto attack enough. I know she has passive procs, but it's just not worth it. Banshees can be good if you need the MR. So if that were the case, I'd probably just have a Banshees here instead of the other item, the Morellos, and I'd have someone else get the anti-healing. And if they have a bunch of MR, if they have 4 AP champions, then I might even actually get the Merc Shreds. I would probably actually get those, and then I would end up not getting Rabadons. I would get a Maw, because with this amount of MR, they're not going to be doing damage to you ever. Like, you are able to 1v4, because stacking magic resist or stacking armor, depending on if they have a AD or AP heavy team, is so OP. So on the flip side, if they have a lot of AD, they have no AP, then you can go for something like this. So a build versus a full AD team would be Rocket Belt with the play Steel Caps whenever you can into a Zonia's, and then try to guess along with me. You probably can't because there's so many different options, but you can go for a Shadow Flame if you're ahead, or if you're not ahead, you can even look for a Death Stance, and then a Guardian Angel, and it really, you have infinite options. And then Void Staff is still good because it's Magic Pen, and even though these are AD items, everything you have scales with AD besides your R2. So your passive scales with AD, has a bigger AD scaling than AP. This has a bigger AD scale than AP. Your E scales, your R1 scales, and yeah, this build would literally 1v5 a bunch of AD champions, or you could even go for something like this, or yeah, I mean, there's so many options. It's just I don't like Demonic Embrace. I don't like Banshees. I don't like the Lich Bane at all. I don't think it's a good item. Cosmic Drive is currently not good. I could see this being buffed and being good, but once again, if you're ever curious about builds, be sure to check out the stream videos, the stream highlights. And yeah, that is it for the starting items and the regular items. Always get your blue elixirs as well when you can. And now for all your mechanics and basic combos and whatnot, we're going to be watching Akali rework Tricks You Didn't Know by Humpty, and I'm going to leave a link to his channel. You guys should check him out for all your champion needs. We're going to go over this video and talk about it, since I did a very similar video last season and only a few things have changed. So this video is incredibly informative. So we're going to start off with the Q. We're going to talk about everything. So you can Q flash, that's obvious, but it ends up progressing. You can Q and then flash to change the direction. And this is something that a lot of people don't know, is that if you Q sideways, it's actually a longer hitbox, which it doesn't make sense, but it is. It is possible to get an instant passive proc with your Q. And the thing about that is that it's very difficult and unreliable. It's only do it from one side. I don't recommend ever going for it. I think if you miss your Q, it'll really slow down your combo. Whereas if you were to just run up a little bit closer and make sure you hit it, you can just back out, get your passive, and then fly back in really fast. So much better, because once you hit your Q, they're slowed anyways, so you can catch up to them. If you use your Q flash, Q's a little shorter than normal. That is true. It's very weird. Normally you can't use Q during E, so you can't use it anymore. This used to be a mechanic, but you can no longer Q during your E2 while you're flying with your E. There are a few ways to do it. So if you cancel any dash with E2, so you can do that by using your R1 and then canceling the first part of your ult by using your E2. This is so impractical though that I wouldn't really take too much notice into this. It's just the odds of you ever getting this off. This is a very expert level. There's multiple ways to do this, but and like you're never gonna build Prowler's Claw, so this is kind of just fun. But nonetheless, it is possible. And you can also do after a few seconds an E2 dash. So if you're ever top lane against a Shen who ults bot lane and you connect your E, after about 3 or 4 seconds, you can actually use your Q in the middle of your E2, which is kind of crazy. You can use your Shroud in the middle of your E2. It gives you energy whenever you cast it. You can flash just after auto. Yep. You can actually auto attack, get your auto off, and then flash out of the circle, proccing it instantly. Once again, I highly recommend never going for that because it is incredibly troll. You're going to end up wasting your ult a lot, or wasting your flash a lot. But yes, you can cancel part of your E1 with your R1. And this can be good if you're in a brush. Let's just say in this brush right here, in the bottom left, if someone's running up to you and you're in this brush, you can actually throw your E out, making you fly backwards, but then you can also ult on top of them, and then you're just on top of them with your R1 damage, your E1 is attached to them, and then you can start going to town on them. Yep, and you can add Q to the combo afterwards. And this is definitely worth learning, but also inconsistent. And if you don't have low ping, it's kind of a little bit difficult, but definitely worth practicing in practice tool. And that is a little bug that I don't know will exist for very long, but it's Riot Games, so I've seen bugs last for literally 6 years straight. They ended up reworking Mordekaiser because they were too lazy to fix the bugs. But yeah, so you can cancel your E with your R2. And really no practicality on that combo, but you can do it. And there you can get a double Q off, which is an interesting glitch. But the thing is, this is pretty unreliable, and this is more advanced to say the least. Flash during E for faster damage. This is kind of an interesting one because it can be useful in a situation where you are actually being in a situation where this is a Lux, or this is an AHRI that's charming you, or Lux is throwing her snare at you. They throw the Q out. You don't actually have to flash sideways and cancel your E. You flash right into them and burst them and one-shot them. Combine that with R1 for a quick in and out combo. Yep. So you can actually flash right behind them. And obviously you do that. You can flash right behind them, connect your E, and then you hit your R1 because your ult will go in the opposite direction, or in the direction of the enemy. So if you flash behind them, obviously you end up ulting backwards. So that is very useful in certain situations. Can be useful. This is kind of the whole point of how crazy Akali is and why this guy should be helpful. You can change the starting position of the shuriken. Yep. So we're gonna end up, yep, in case there's ever someone in the way and you really want to try and snipe them, but it's very inconsistent and your flash is a very, very high cooldown, so I don't recommend doing it. Yes, Akali, this is a very important one. So Akali does a little backflip before throwing E1 shuriken. So whenever you're trying to clear a wave, you actually want to get to the other side of the cannon minion and then use your E the backwards, and you'll end up flying. You'll end up flying and then like behind the minion and then throwing it out towards them. So that is incredibly useful to know because it can save you a second or two. Yep, this allows you to hit enemies behind you, and that's very useful. The backflip looks small, but it's actually pretty sizable though. Yep, and you can jump over long walls. These are all very important walls to learn. It has saved me countless times. It's gotten me kills countless times. You can cancel your E2 with your ult, with rocket belt, with I think you can do it with flash. You can do it with flash. You can do it teleport. But just a bunch of different ways. If you're ever like, this is kind of like for fun. But if you're ever in a situation where you do just change your mind, you have options to get out of it. And this is very important as well. The golden E, with how strong Akali's E2 is, you can actually one-shot people and they can't do anything back. If you're low HP, you can definitely use the golden E. We call it the golden E because you go into Zonia's, you're golden, and then you fly in and hit them with a big nuke. Alright, you can buffer Q during E2 and cancel with R1. So that's just another incredibly advanced mechanic that is very, very, very difficult to pull off. And I don't see any top Akali players in Korea, China, anywhere using this because it's so inconsistent. I think it's better to not really think about this kind of stuff and just focus on landing your Qs and synchronizing all of your passive procs and Qs and whatnot properly. But it is a really cool combo, and if you're feeling aggressive, you can definitely try. And yeah, as this says, usually you'll cancel the E2 damage, which will do more than 2 Qs. But with precise time, you can deal E2 damage as well. It's not gonna happen. Let's just put it that way. Alright, so that's that. Now we can combine it with the double Q. And yeah, that's a thing for sure. So yeah, you can buffer out your Q in the middle of your E2. Alright, moving on. All these combos also work with R2. So yeah, these are mostly just canceling E2 damage. Okay, so we're gonna leave this here because these are actually pretty crazy combos. But the thing is, they're honestly easy combo example with this trick. It's not really, yeah, so you can actually buffer in your Q during your E2, and then yeah, there's lots of really fun stuff. R1 flash, you can flash your R1 and your R2, and there is slight usage for this because you can extend your R2 damage. You can cancel R1 animation with E1. Yep, this is the ultimate engage combo. If there's ever anything to check with this, R1 plus E1 is your level 6 bread and butter kill combo. It's your bread and butter kill combo engage at all times because you connect your E guaranteed. And a little bit of practice and practice tool will get you sorted out. And you can do it both ways. Yep, you can do it that way just by having your cursor towards them. And that, kind of impractical, but definitely doable. A lot of these combos do pair up with flash, but they're very... It's just not good usage of flash when you can flash engage on an AD carry late game. I'd rather do that than do some kind of weird combo. You can use your R1 to jump over walls. If you're mid lane, specifically, it's really useful in laning phase. If you're in the river brush and you're shrouded, you can just get a good angle on the enemy and then ult over the wall. E-mark will make a small part of W stay a little bit longer until your E2 disappears. Yep, you can still hide inside of it because it can't disappear yet. W shroud will spread towards the enemies. That is true, so you gotta be careful of where you do it. But you can also teleport in your shroud because of that. And yes, your shroud does go towards the enemies, no matter what, or the closest enemy. You'll be invisible even in stasis. Yep. So you can shroud, use your Q, and then instantly Zonias, and then you'll be invisible and safely. And yeah, you can W in a wall and actually jump over the wall. But this is, once again, I highly recommend doing this. This one can have a little bit of practicality, but you won't have your shroud or your E when you gank bot lane doing that. And I'd rather just take 2 turret shots and have those abilities, like always. And yes, you can cancel Lee Sin's ultimate. You can cancel a few different things by using shroud right when they're casting it, because it takes time for them to cast it. You can use your W and E2. Kind of impractical because you'd rather use W first and then E. So yeah, those are mechanics, and let's move on. And now moving on, we're going to talk about Akali's early, mid, and late game. So we're going to start off with the early game. Akali usually loses every single lane. There are a few champions like Yone and EKKO in which she does really well against, but in majority, she does horrible until level 6. And this is the story for 80% of the matchups, if not more, that you'll see in the matchups guide at the bottom of the video and in the description. If you ever need help with a specific matchup, check the description for a guide on it. But Akali essentially loses all lanes because she's weak, pre-6, and really your goal for almost every lane is to just try to farm safely. Use your auto attacks when you can without getting hit by a bunch of spells, but mostly you want to just use your spells from a safe distance to get as much farm as possible without getting thrown out of the lane. And now earlier on when you're full health, you can take a little bit of poke, take some spells in the sake of getting a few minions, because you do have Dorn Shield, you have Second Wind healing you, and you want to make use of your health per 5. Like, every champion has the ability to regenerate health, so why stay at full health the entire time? You also have a potion, but you need to learn the balance. You always want to try and stay above 75%, 80% health, but you don't want to be at 100% if you're in a losing lane, because you can take some damage. You can. You don't really need to do anything besides farm pre-6, because once you hit level 6, that's where everything changes. And in the early game, you should definitely still try to play aggressive. If a champion, even I've solo killed Annies in Challenger. I've solo killed the best Annie in the world at level 3 or 4 so many times. And that's a counter pick. That's a ranged mage lane bully counter pick. And it's because whenever the enemy champions use their spells, you have an opportunity to run up to them, hit them with a Q, and then shroud, and then run up with a passive proc and then auto them with passive and then Q and get electrocuted off if you have electrocuted off. There's so many little combos that you'll see throughout the rest of this video in the gameplays that it's just, you have all these options. And if you have the opportunity to snipe them and hit an E, you can hit them with an E1, E2, hit with the passive proc and then Q on the way out. That's amazing as well. You have options, but don't count on it. Never count on killing anyone with Akali before you hit level 6. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. And learn your limits. It's going to take some practicing. You want to play as aggressive as possible. Learn how to combo quick. Eventually, you'll be passive procking and then canceling your passive proc animation with your Q in no time. So we'll move on to the mid game at that point, and that is when Akali starts to really become actually really overpowered and thrive. And that is because you hit level 6. You now have 2 dashes with your ult. You now have 2 dashes with your E. You have all this crazy damage. You should have an AP item hopefully by then. Look at the items part of the guide if you don't know what items to build. But at this point, you can use your standard R plus E combo to ult in and then hit them with an E, connect your E. So that way, if they flash or ult or dash away, you can follow them down. And you'll see a ton of different ways I kill and catch out people throughout this video. And in general, just by watching this guide, or if you want to even look further in my stream highlight videos. But yeah, you really just want to look to ult them, and ways you can actually help yourself get these opportunities to kill them is 1, learn wave management. So pretty much just when you're about to be level 6, try to get the wave frozen under your turret by not pushing, let the enemy push. The way you could do that if they have AoE spells is to run up to your minions and then run back and hope they throw spells at your wave, and then it ends up pushing into you. Give yourself an opportunity to have a lot of room to run them down with your ult, because if they're under the turret, you can get an ult off. It's a long lane. Mid lane is pretty long. Top lane, they're not getting away unless you mess up. Which is also why I really like to go for Ignite no matter what lane I'm in. Unless I'm against a Shen and I'm the top laner and we really need some kind of mobility to match the Shen late game. But for the most part, I'm going to be going for a Ignite kill snowball setup, because whether you set yourself up to kill the enemy in lane, or you are in mid game in the mid lane and you are roaming around with your ultimate going for double kills, or 2v2ing with your jungler versus the enemy mid and enemy jungler, there's so many ways to get fed, as you'll see in the rest of this video. In the mid game, once you hit level 6, you just have to know what they are and try to make it happen for you. The worst thing you could ever do is farm a wave as Akali, be full health, and just wait for the next wave. You need to learn to roam, or you need to pick a different champion. Not really, but you really would be doing yourself a disservice to not be roaming. So that's pretty much how you want to play the majority of your mid game. You want to just be aggressive and set up team fights. 3v3s a dragon, 4v4s a dragon, 2v2s, even 2v1s if you can connect your E in one shot with the first person and then just ult out. It's possible. It's possible in bronze, it's possible in challenger. Akali really is that champion that can do that. So yeah, hopefully once you're in the mid game, you kind of know what you're doing. You are setting yourself up, and on every time your ultimate is off of cooldown, you are trying to fight. Kill. Trading 1 for 1 isn't even that bad. Get some gold into the game if it means it's in your pockets. Hopefully you should be getting a few kills, and then once you're a few items in, it's 25-30 minutes in, we're calling it more the late game. You really want to start changing your gameplay. You are now going against champions that have more items and more damage, whereas Akali also builds more damage but no tankiness. So you should have a Zhonya's 3rd or 4th item, preferably 3rd item, so that'll help you, but you don't have the health, so you better be careful about when you engage. A way you know to engage is you need to know every champion that you're playing against cooldowns. You need to know your team's cooldowns. You need to know what skill shots they can hit, what crowd controls they can do. if they have a Lissandra or a Warwick, you're not ulting into the enemy team until they use their ultimates. It's just as simple as that. In those situations, you're playing and helping your front line, but you're not ulting into the back line because unless they all use their abilities and you have an opening, you're going to get ulted and then focused by 5 people, and you're just going to get mowed down. And obviously, you guys will see in the rest of the video and the gameplays exactly how to play and deal with all these different situations. But Akali as a late game champion wants to be grouping. She wants to be killing people until there's an opportunity to sneak into the enemy jungle or sneak into some kind of situation where you can jump out and one-shot an enemy, because Akali does have the mobility to jump in to one-shot people and then the mobility to escape really quickly. So playing like an assassin it's a whole nother ball game, and I would highly recommend you guys watch all these games thoroughly, watch all my stream highlights thoroughly, because there's so many tricky ways. But the best way I could think of it is to either have a pink ward and the brush you want to set up in if you want to go for a gank. Like if they're about to go for the Dragon Soul, they're going to be going from their base to Dragon. So find a brush where they have to go through, set a pink ward in that brush, put your trinket ward over the wall, and then just wait patiently. That's an option. And there's just so many fun ways to play assassins. It's beautiful. Even with Conqueror, Akali can still one-shot people. If you set yourself up right, if you get yourself fed enough in the mid game and early game, which you should if you watch this guide fully, if you have the matchups guide for every matchup and you learn the champion, you'll be able to do things that no other champion can do and make people rage quit and make people freak out in all chat so consistently. It is amazing. Alrighty guys, and now we're going to go into the clips section of the video. I'm going to show you guys exactly what happens in what situation, what I'm thinking in these really intense situations. So currently I have 13 kills and we are late game in a Challenger solo queue game. And we are, one thing to note immediately is we're going into an AP Kai'Sa, so I'm not standing in one spot because I know I'm likely to get sniped, so I'm running back and forth sideways and all this stuff. And right there, I try to finish the turret, because once the turret is dead, I have the ability to go shroud it like right where the turret is, because there's no more revealing of the stealth. And the situation, I'm trying to make something happen to pressure my team. I do end up getting sniped by the Kai'Sa, but luckily I get a Soraka heal at that exact moment. Kai'Sa goes for a play where she loads up her W and then ults. She ends up missing, but that doesn't really matter. So what I do here is, because I know Kai'Sa has no abilities left, I can go for a quick Q before I hit the guaranteed E. So I go for the QE, and as you can see, I'm about to jump into a bunch of people. So I use my Zhonya's because I know I Q'd and I E'd one, and if I'm going to E2, it's going to hit electrocute. So as you can see, I hit my E2, I electrocute, I actually do enough damage to one-shot him, and then I am going to take a second to quickly burst them out. I'm currently full health and there's 3 people, but the champions aren't burst heavy, and I am pretty high level 17. So I'm going to go ahead and just Q them, get some AoE, and then just go ahead and use some more spells, just do as much damage as I can for my team, and then immediately shroud without hesitation, waiting for an opportunity. My ult, my R2 is about to come back up, and then I Q them both, and then I try to R2 them both. And,
what the fuck is that?
And then I end up just cleaning up the fight. So that's a really good play. Just an example of playing Assassin Akali in a stressful engage. In this game, we're going against Night Blue. We are in a Challenger solo queue game against a very fed enemy team with a lot of CC, but we are going in for a flank. We are rotating from the bot lane, and they have used all their abilities. So we are going to play accordingly, and this is what we do here. So once we are in vision, we're going to rocket belt to get there a little bit faster. I'm going to ult the Jhin because it's the most guaranteed ability, and I'm going to use my Q backwards because I know that I'm going to land with my ult on this side of Jin, so I'm gonna want to hit Jin with the Q. So I preemptively use my Q backwards towards the end of my R1, and then that is going to proc electrocute, one-shotting the AD carry. Now with one shot, AD carries in one shot, that's pretty huge. And now we're gonna use Shroud because it's 2v1. I don't have any spells for a second. And what I want to do here is passive proc and then Q the EKKO, and then you might be wondering what to do next. We have flash up, we have E up, we have R coming up. The most consistent move here is to use my R2 and then go in for a kill and then Zhonya's if needed. But I have Zhonya's and I have flash, so I have the ability to shoot first, ask questions later. And yep, that's what we do. We're gonna use our R2 and then passive proc to finish him off because we did ult out of the passive circle. And then at that point, we heard just spamming spells like an idiot, and then the rest of the play doesn't really matter, but that was how I engage in an intense situation. And now we have a game where we are full build against the entire world. This is in Challenger, and this game, I remember in particular, I had less than 5 combined IQ for all my teammates, but we have a 1v5 build, Death Stance with Conqueror. Death Stance might get nerfed in the future, but nonetheless, this is what happens. It is a Master Yi. We see him and we openly engage. And the reason why I'm so far out, but I'm still fighting, is I'm trying to stack up my Conqueror. I have so much tankiness and they have very low CC and ability to lock me down. So worst case, I can rocket belt out, I can E out, I can ult out and then ult out again. But as you can see, if Master Yi is going to be using his W, take reduced damage, then I'm going for the FIORA now. And then right there, I had an opportunity to hit them both with my R1 because it looks like the action is about to pump up. And then I start rocket belting out for the ability to get a little bit of distance on them since they're all auto attackers mostly, and just in general get some distance on them to run away. And then here is where I do something that is kind of incredibly, I'd say it's pretty high level. So if you look at the damage on them, the Graves and the FIORA are both pretty squishy. Their health is already kind of low, but so is Karma. Karma's full glass cannon. She's full AP. So what I want to do is I actually want to try and go for a quick one shot on the Karma. And not only that, but I want to go ahead and AoE everyone. So what I do is I Q them all and then I ult them all using the back end of my ultimate, and then I fly into the wall. Luckily, Karma flashed at the same time as I ulted, but then as you see, Master Yi follows me with his Q, and then right there, when I hit him with the E, I want to use my auto attack swing and then cancel the end of the animation with my E2. That's gonna kill him, and because I'm about to die to the Ezreal, I have to Zhonya's and I end up dying. But that is kind of just a really good example of the potential of Akali in the late game. In this situation, we are actually mid lane against a Challenger Kassadin. We were down a death because we got ganked, and we tried to go for a plate, and now we are running away from the Kassadin. So we're running up, we're gonna use our E over the wall, and we don't have our Shroud up, we use it for energy to kill the wave earlier. And now it is this tricky situation. I have ult up in a few seconds, but I have flash up, but I don't have Shroud or E. So here's what happens. What happens is that Jarvan is trying to finish me off with the ult, and I know if I flash over, I'm just gonna end up getting killed. What I need to do, because I know Kassadin also just ulted over the wall, right? It's gonna take him a second. What I need to do is get very, very far away from the Jarvan. And the only way I can do this is by flashing behind him and then ulting over to get some distance on Kassadin. And what I'm going to do while I need to heal mostly, is I'm going to Shroud for the movement speed. I'm going to ult over the Kassadin to get my passive proc and just get distance onto Jarvan. I was going to try and hit it with an auto attack, and that's when he flashes the last second. But we were able to kill him with the Ignite, and we were able to snipe the Kassadin. And this is one of the better plays I've ever made in a Challenger game. And now, in this situation, we are against a 1000 LP, I believe, Yasuo Challenger One-Trick, and He is down a little bit of experience. He is a big wave for him though, but I am trying to gatekeep him from getting that cannon. A cannon is the biggest bait for any player, and you can pretty much always assume that a player is going to overextend for it, but against Akali, you can't do that. So I know he's about to try and Q this cannon. What I do is I ult him. I immediately Q him backwards because I might as well on the end of my ult. And then I'm going to auto attack him as well, and then immediately throw my E out. There's only one way he can go, in the middle of his dash, because he did dash onto me, so he's going into line. And then I can guarantee to hit my E. I can hit him with another Q while I'm on top of him, and then I can just go ahead and finish him off with a passive proc because it's a ranged auto attack. I didn't even need the R2. Alrighty guys, I'm going to start off by showing you how to play 1v5 Akali build. You can go for this Conqueror build whenever there are a bunch of Bruisers or just people that are really hard to kill in general. They have so much CC on their team and so much frontline. It's going to be pretty hard for me to get into the back and one-shot anyone. Gwen gets tanky, FIORA's tanky. Overall, it's kind of a nightmare. But first things first, let's start with the early game. We're going into FIZZ, so it's a really easy matchup. So you don't necessarily need to go... Ooh. Oh, man. Yeah, I figured. I'll go for an auto, though, since he's going to go for the third auto for Electrocute. But since we're going into FIZZ, you don't have to go for second wind, but you definitely want to get at least a Doran shield. One or the other is good. You can go Doran's ring and then go second wind. It's all very similar. But we're going to be going for a 1v5 front to back strategy, as they say, where you go for the front line, then you go for the back line. So we're not going to be jumping in too crazy. And this is a strategy that's better for beginners because you don't have to worry about jumping through people and not knowing when to correctly use your abilities. Uh-oh. And right there, we just need to not die from the gank. Level 2 Ivern gank is very interesting to say the least. And then he pathed all the way around to try and kill me. Didn't work though. So we're going to just... Well, let's see if we can get him to use his... I think we actually kill him here. No, we didn't. Too many minions. We might be able to actually get him here.
If they're smart, they're scared.
Unfortunately, he did not try to sidestep my E. Sometimes when you run at them, I know it didn't seem like I was going to hit that E, but sometimes they overthink it and they start zigzagging just to try and dodge out the E that they wouldn't have gotten hit by in the first place. Uh-oh.
I'm not here to make friends.
I was really hoping we were able to get that. I thought I was going to go for the other minion first. Anyways, on the topic of last hitting with Akali, there's no easy answer. But in a range matchup where you're going into range champion, you literally just want to use your spells to farm safely and then kill them at 6. That is the theme of every lane, pretty much, in range versus melee. Range versus Akali. We can get one more on, that'd be cool. Nope, we're not. We have Conqueror stacked up. So Conqueror, obviously, not going to be doing too much in this matchup, but I like it because of their team comp. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. I think I just have to leave this. Unfortunately, I just am too extended. Although, what? Not that hit. That's fine. I'm gonna go for something crazy here. Okay. And just like that, I got the 70 gold off of our rune. If you are gonna go for Electrocute or Domination in general, I really like Treasure Hunter. You don't need Akali, you don't need Ultimate Hunter. The other ones don't really make much sense. So I like going for Treasure Hunter to help the snowball, because once you get the hang of Akali, she gets kills very easily post 6. So, moving on, the next thing I want to talk about is the fact that you don't ever want to get Riftmaker. And I know that... What the... And I know that sounds... Whatever. I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out, just for a second. Hear me out. Every playstyle for Akali revolves around jumping in, doing burst, and quickly zone using and using your shroud. At no point do you really need the healing or the tankiness when you could have more magic pen to one shot and make the fights 4v5 instead of 5v5, or just in general, it just does more in almost, if not every single situation, if you play Akali well. Not even like crazy well, but just like well. Riftmaker is kind of a beginner crutch item. Night Harvester is no good, just doesn't give you magic pen, so you don't go for it.
They can't stop me.
Nice little snipe onto him. I probably could have taken that. I think if... Okay, we're going to go for this fight here. See if we can catch this guy out. We are not going to catch that guy out. Just going to cue this snipe then. Got to keep an eye on the fight, but we definitely want to just keep the farm. I don't think anything is going to happen here. We win this. We win this. Whoever we can touch. Oh my god, I actually lived. That's crazy. I can't believe I lived through that. Okay, I thought I was trading a 1-for-1 or something like that, but turns out not even close, baby. So we're gonna go ahead and just use Q here. Try to farm this really quick. No one should be coming. They're all either they just spawned or they're accounted for. And gonna make sure I can just snipe this. And then we're going to get out of here really quick. And he shouldn't have mana to really do anything about this. Yeah, I don't think he's going to try and fight me. So far, so good. And now the question is, do we go for boots? I think, I mean, easy, simple answer is no. You don't need boots. You might as well go for AP. FIZZ doesn't have boots. If I hit my ult on him, I'm going to stay on him. I have so much more mobility than FIZZ. I can connect my E reliably with my R plus E combo. We just ult on top of them, and then you hit him with the E immediately. I can reliably stay on top of him, so there's really no point. Back. This is definitely going with ult to the bot lane. Spam ping. Not good. And I'm actually not even going to bother roaming to this. I'm just going to go for plates, and I'm going to hug the top side. Okay, so we can just run out there. Oh, he just took red buff. Okay, so it looked, I think he was going for something, and then didn't end up working out. And since we have our E and our Shroud up, I feel pretty comfortable doing this. And also the fact that we have a nice little lead on him from just a few kills. So we can start playing aggro. I don't think Ivern has any kind of damage right now, so I'm not really worried about getting ganked by him. But their lethal tempo... Gwen bot is 4-0, so that's always fun. Please leave. Oh, yeah, Ashe kind of just really... I was going to chunk the fist to half health by hitting that E, but she kind of just existed, and that was not good for me. Really wish she didn't exist there. Ooh, hit the E. Or the Q, rather. Alright, so at this point, we're just looking for something. I'm getting ganked. Or not. Please. I don't want to... You don't want to overdo the pings if your teammates are being dumb. Because right now there's no reason for Ashe to be here. I think she just doesn't realize it because she's high or something. Oh man, this is good. I can get ganked here. Wow, I really overshot that play and it worked out. I was trying to do that exact thing, but I didn't end up killing Fizz with my R. I had to go for another combo and it still worked. Okay, so right there, that was just too advanced. I figured I could hit both of them with my ult, my second ult, and then get out of turret range. It worked out barely. That was a risky play, but we have room to make these plays. We have room to make these plays. Oh gosh, dude. Oh my god. Okay, 9-9. All is working out so far. So we're going for Rocket Belt, get boots, and we already have Dark Seal, so then we'll just work towards a Shadow Flame. Shadow Flame is a very good, it's usually if you want to get a Shadow Flame, you get first item because it scales off of maximum health, and the earlier you get it, you know, the less health they have, because every level up, every level, it's not level 9, you get more health.
We're gonna do this my way.
So it does more the earlier you get it, but since we're ahead, it's still a really good option as a second item after our Rocket Belt. And rushing a Shadow Flame is not necessary. It's a little bit advanced, but it is the best option. Oh my, I almost got CC'd under the turret too. That would have been horrible. Right, okay, we're starting to take control of this game. We are playing in just gold, so we're going to work up the ranks. Next game will be in Platinum. Smurf Q, which will probably be Diamond or Master tier, and then we'll go into even higher after that. But the fundamentals for these games are just a matter of staying safe and playing power spikes, because you need to know when you're weak and when you're strong. Oof. Get that and leave. You need to know when you're weak and when you're strong. Weakness, Akali almost always weak pre-6. Against FIZZ, EKKO, some melee champions, you have potential to kind of outplay them and maybe get a kill before 6, but usually not. And that's completely okay. Because once you hit level 6, once you get your ultimate, then you can start doing crazy things like 1v2ing under the turret and all that kind of nonsense. And right there, I did a little bit of an advanced tactic to get back to lane faster. I'm throwing my Shroud out, and then I can attach my E to it so I can fly to it. And I'm waiting to have enough gold, but then I'm getting the cooldowns down to get to lane faster. It's if you think about it, it just makes sense. It helps you get to lane a few seconds faster. You can still leave the base. You still be in the base to get gold. Alright, we're gonna back out of here. Zed looking for a dive. Okay. Sidestep that. Can't let him take that with his sweeper. Just gotta wait it out. And his sweeper should be gone. I do believe there's a Morgana support. Yep, I saw that earlier. Can I get the ult out at least? Still got ulted, which is weird. That is very unfortunate that Gwen is Gwen, the one champion that doesn't get hit by the Ash arrow. Oh man, that's also a big bounty to the Fed Gwen. So it's literally just a battle between me and her. And that's okay. In that situation, I know how strong I am, and I have successfully snowballed a lead into something pretty juicy. And right here, no matter what, like if I buy a alternator, I don't have enough gold for needless. It makes sense. Doran Shield is a laning item. You don't really need it past that. So we're gonna sell it, and then we're gonna get a needless, because we get what, 60 AP or something? Yeah, something ridiculous. And hopefully this time with all the gold we got, we should be able to hopefully kill the Gwen. And we're going to try to win this game as fast as possible so we can get onto a more competitive rank, but I kind of want this to be like the intro, after the intro. So we're running it. We're running it.
Let 'em see. They
Yeah, you're dead. We are good to go. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and just auto that once, then we can get them all to run at me, and we can queue them all at the same time. Little pro tip, you can't actually queue all of them if the jungle camp is idle, at least the raptors. So you auto it once, you pull them into each other, and then yeah. And I think we should be able to get this. Need to sidestep, just in case. Okay, uh-oh, that's not good. I'm not letting him get that. Okay. I was gonna flash ult. My ult. Oh, Shroud. Okay. This is risky, but I'm gonna do it for fun. Never mind, that's such a bad thing to say. You don't want to ever say that and then have shit go poorly. Alright, Daisy's down. Shroud will be up in a second. We're pretty high level. That is so silly. Okay, it doesn't even matter. Morgana got the kill 1. 2, we have enough for a Shadow Flame. That was honestly, it wasn't worth, but there's something to Akali that people don't understand. Trading 1 for 1 when there's not many minions, or 1 for 1 and you get a treasure hunter. Look, that wasn't the most optimal 1 for 1 because they got assist, they got a shutdown. They did get out gold on the support, and that doesn't matter. It's less valuable. Pumping and generating gold into the game for Akali versus any other champion. Akali snowballs, which means that she does more with gold going into out of the early game into the mid game, more than any other champion other than like Katarina. And I really like, she is one of the best champions to get gold on by such a big multiplier compared to any champion they have on their team, that it's really not a problem. Like, I would take 1 kill over 2 kills on FIZZ, and I'd feel like, okay, that's good. That's a good trade. I'm down for that. I mean, it's obviously gold-wise, it's not, but what you can do with it, the power you get, it really is.
It's not the killing I'm about.
And as you can see, we don't have crazy high CS because we have been busy fighting. And I'm just going to go ahead and use my Rocky Belt out of there.
Forget balance. This is
What is going on? Alright, we need to wait for Fizz's E. Our current engage window is Fizz using his E. We can one-shot him. But with Gwen, we have flash, so it doesn't matter that Gwen's here.
many kunai.
Yeah, but Ashe is not doing a good job. Okay, there we go. See, that's it. That's it right there. But we're too far away, sadly. We finally got her. Ugh, okay, and we got 130 off of that bounty as well. We need to kill FIORA because we have Treasure Hunter. 1 more stack to go. I gotta get out of here. They simply have too much CC also. And it looks like,
The words on their
yeah, Fizz needed to execute. Well played to him. He didn't give up gold. This is incredibly... It's only a little bit risky because there's only 1 person that could be there. Oh my.
like you had a chance.
Oh my lord. Time to run.
It's about who's doing the dying.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can't believe there was a ward there, and I can't believe we lived through that. As things have been going pretty well so far this game. Pretty lucky. Oh no. I just don't have enough health. I think one Gwen ult would kill me. If I had enough health to like not get one shot, I would at least
Every time.
see if an opportunity comes up, like they use all their abilities and I can hit an E in through the brush. You want to at least like consider the option of jumping in that situation.
Restraints not.
Most likely it's a horrible idea, but sometimes they all flash and use all their abilities, and then it's just like, okay, there's a 20% health target that I can hit with my E and then probably get out after because they have no cooldowns. Let's go for it.
They can't
Your
stop.
turret has been destroyed.
Yeah.
We have our ult. This should be free. Yeah. This is free.
I'm already thinking of my next target. No more meditation or medicine.
Oof. We got this.
That one was messy.
Just gonna have to zone use that. I would really like some help from really like some help. Oh my gosh. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Don't think there's anyone left? Yeah, we gotta get out of here. Okay. Uh-oh. Yep. 11 and 2. It's just a battle between us, I think. And this is kind of tragic. We can go for Magi's because we're fed.
Don't waste the anger. Channel it.
I wouldn't recommend it if I were a beginner to Akali, but there is something about a Magi's when you realize, when you feel the pain of losing 10 stacks more than once, a few times, you really,
An enemy has been slain.
you start to never want to lose the stacks, and then you end up playing safer and smarter. I genuinely get this like little ultra instinct mode half the time, then half the time I just die immediately and I feel embarrassed. Okay. Like this might be one of those times. Okay, never mind.
Kama or kunai. Depends how.
We are going to hop over. Nope. That was my bad.
Deftly I travel. Swiftly you go. You can never.
Shut down.
You know, it's looking like the ladder. It's looking like the ladder. I shouldn't have done that. So what we're gonna do here is actually sell this, and we're gonna go for a Oblivion Orb. All the healing on their team is now useless, and that makes me feel really good. Even they don't have that much, but we're gonna have to deal with it throughout this game. Between all of their items, they have so many healing items, and just we're gonna get this to deal with it. It's not the end of the world to die once when we have this lead, but it's also really, really not good, obviously. So let's go ahead and I think because of the amount of CC their team comp has and the Gwen is so fed, like they really have a massive Gwen funnel comp. We're gonna go ahead and just split push and slow the action down. They really can't send more than 2 or 3 people bot, but they can send everyone mid. So the going bot and split pushing really slows everything down and makes the game a little bit easier to play out. There we go. Nice. That makes me very happy. Give me. I got 4 of my 10 souls back. Oh my. And then there we go. The rest of my team can clean up the rest. We got the Gwen. I think this is gonna be the beginning of the end. And see, being bot lane is so comfortable. So comfortable. In situations where they have all the CC, they have all the CC. I don't have Merc Treads. I don't want the tenacity boots, because when it is time to fight 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, I want to be able to kill them quickly. The best defense is a strong offense, for Akali at least. Oops. So we're gonna go for this as much as we can. I'm not too worried about dying. Yeah, I'm not too worried about dying because I'm very fed. Yeah, but I do need to wait. Okay, there's 3 there, so I can 2v1 this. There, and then I see the rest of them, so I can probably just go in on this, right? Yep. Oh, okay, this works. Yeah, that works. That was a really good arrow. Okay, we gotta run though. Don't have anything else up?
Wars are next.
Yeah, I butchered that. That's okay though. Memphis there. Definitely whiffed the crap out of that E. But it is what it is. Now, well, there's only 2 people alive. Okay, I'm doing a little bit, something a little ridiculous. I just need to run. At this point, I'm just trying to have a little bit of fun. We are incredibly fed, obviously, and it'll get more competitive, and things will kind of make more sense as we go throughout this movie. But for now, we get Azonias. 1,000,000,000% getting Azonias here. We want to defend our stacks. We don't want to die and lose stacks. And getting Azonias lets us dive their turret and not die. We can go in for a kill, be right under the turret, and before the turret starts doing a lot of damage, we Azonias. Our ult will be back up, our R2, and then we can just launch, and then we can just fly right out. It's really simple. Alright, right now we gotta go in on this. I'm actually gonna just go. I'm going bot. It gives me time to wait for my cooldowns as well.
Everyone dies. I just speed things up.
I need to get the hell out of here. I'm gonna die.
Shut down.
Damn, that flash got me. I still have stacks. But it's it is what it is. It is what it is. We did good. We tried our best. And you know what? It's a limit test. Actually, this is a good thing. This is a good thing to talk about. There are plays to play that are optimal and win you as much rank as possible in the short term. There are also ways to learn your limits, 1, and 2, have a great time going for crazy plays. Maybe one of my climbing weaknesses is that I like to have too much fun and go crazy. But I also think that this is a video game and you really need to enjoy the moments that you can instead of trying to make everything min-max. Because in the long term, you also are making yourself a better player by going for crazy plays. You get used to the stressful situations. You learn your damage at all items. Okay. Yep. Yeah, our team is toasting. Oh, they surrendered. What? That's so weird. Well, alright. That's that. This was the intro game, and we're going to go into some more advanced stuff going into this next one. But you guys will be able to understand it very well, so let's do it. Alright, so now we're going against a Swain top as Akali, and most of the time I would take Conqueror on Akali because it is her second good rune, but this is a very special situation. In this team, the enemy team has a Jhin, which has no escapability, no dashes other than a Gale Force potentially, a Vladimir, who's very squishy the entire game, and a Lilia that's very squishy the entire game. Swain will get a little tanky AP Mage Bruiser, so we won't be able to one-shot him that well, but overall, I think Electrocute will be really good for the 2v2, for Scuttlecraft, 3v3s, the mid-game fights. I really think that Electrocute will do more to help us turn a 2v2 into a 2v1 by just one-shotting the Lilia or the Vladimir or anyone when we roam. So for that reason, I'm choosing to go for this setup with the Electrocute. Obviously, against any range champion, you want to be going for Sudden Impact. I think it's a safe bet. And then literally, no matter what, I like to go for Doran's Shield and Second Wind Unflinching for my secondary page. Because honestly, getting to the later stages, or the mid game as Akali, is the only thing that really matters. Nice. We're going to wait so we can get both of those. We don't want to run up and get hit by an auto plus an E potentially. So dodge that. Okay. Also, we should note that we were playing in Diamond Smurf queue, which is probably around Diamond 1 Master Tier, if not higher. We play against Challenger players all the time on this account. So we're going to wait for this to... No, it's not going to get autoed. Oof. He doesn't have anything up, so I should be able to just E that one. And you can see, I'm taking a little bit of poke here and there. I'm getting most of the CS, though. I just don't want to get hit by the E. I want to, like, wait until the very last second. Oh, man. That one minion. Oof. I took a lot of damage. Oh, I need my level 3. Alright. All is well. I mean, yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but at the same time, this guy's very overextended. He doesn't have... Okay, I missed my E a little bit, but it doesn't matter. I think help me shove. Help me shove because it is not a cannon wave. We should be fine. Alright. Perfect. And that is the problem. You might be thinking, oh my god, you are getting owned in lane. But you're really not allowed to do that at any like half decent rank. Because he was under my turret harassing me. He was going way too hard, and that's exactly what happens. You get punished for it. And for that reason, we are now ahead in the lane. We ended up getting a treasure hunter stack. And the one thing that I might change up in this situation, runes-wise, is top lane doesn't really stack up treasure hunter as much as mid lane since you're not roaming around as much. Less opportunities to kill everyone. So for that reason, I might go ultimate hunter instead. A little bit more reliable, I guess you could say. But either way, it doesn't really matter. I'm going to go ahead and... He's dead right here. Oh, just kidding. But I will chunk him out, though. Unfortunately, I do not have a potion. I guess I missed the memo on that one. I'm just going to stay really far back. Missed that as well, but it's okay. He's gonna chase check it. Oh my. He does a lot of damage now that he got buffed. Okay. Well, whatever, it doesn't even matter. That was a really good flash. Alright. Once again, not a problem. Although he does get tanky. Yeah, it was a little forced and there's a big wave, but I'm not going to not help my teammate. But if I didn't do that, we don't get the kill, and then we don't get a kill plus assist. So as crazy and unfortunate as that was, it is worth it. Okay, I'll be 6 soon. Alright, buddy, you can leave. Alright, we will be 6 now. And wow, he's tanky for sure. I haven't played against a Swain top in years because he just got buffed as of me making this video. So I'm sure he'll be meta. Okay. I'll be okay. Yeah, I'm Akali, so I'll just get 6 and kill you. Although he's 6 now. Okay. Honestly, I don't think I even win this. Swain seems like a very, very powerful champion right now. He might be top tier based off of just all this damage he's doing. Ooh, and in time to get the last minion. You're so good. Oh my god. Thank you. That was really kind of him. He definitely meant it. Anyways, okay. So, let's talk about what to do now. So, we are going to be going for a first item, Shadow Flame. The reason I'm doing this is because their team comp is incredibly squishy. Swain doesn't have any health yet, and you guys might know the way that Shadow Flame works is if they it goes off of their total health. So as long as they have, let's go. Actually, no. You know what? We're gonna change it up. So the way Shadow Flame works is it it goes 20 up to 20 magic point based off of the current health. So when you get it first item, everyone doesn't have health yet. They don't scale up yet. They're low level. They have no health items. But because we didn't have enough gold, it would be really bad to not spend the gold we have right now. We would get a Dark Seal and boots, or we can get 40 AP. So for that reason, we didn't have enough gold, so we're just gonna go for the blasting wand here, and that's okay too. They're both good. It's just Shadow Flame is slightly better if you can get the gold for it. Okay. Yep. And there is definitely ego coming out of this Swain, the Smurf ego of overextending, thinking he's winning the lane. But in reality, you're not allowed to do that. That's just not how this game works, especially at this rank. So, okay. All right. We're going to go for one more wave and just keep doing our thing. We're going to be focusing on the wave. You want to just auto a bunch. No real need to queue immediately until you are at maximum energy. At that point, you don't want to be wasting the fact that you could be using a spell and then regaining. So yeah, we're going to go ahead and just dip out. I don't think this guy's going to try and stop my recall. He's going to... Oh, he did. Okay. Yeah, he's going to die if he extends. Okay, thank you, buddy. Well played, thank you. He's being really kind. Nice R button. Alright. Yep, and then we're going to keep going. Checking out the gold always. 1300, so this is worth... Okay, so we actually see Lilia there. I was saying it's worth going for this plate. He might even teleport right here. Looks like he is. I think we'll be okay though. And you know, I really think we can beat him because he doesn't have Ignite. Oh my gosh. Wow. Uh-oh. Get off a minion. Holy crap. I have to keep doing this. I have to hit him with everything. Just because he needs to know that he failed. He is a fail. Oh man, big shutdowns coming out from Lilia. Okay, so... Wow. Alright, we have 64 CS. We're chilling. Alright, we're going to go for this. We're going to go for a Dark Seal. Same mentality to get Dark Seal over boots as the reason of getting Electrocutes instead of Conqueror. They have a lot of squishy champions that don't have mobility. I don't need boots because they're not like Lilia can run around really fast, and if I don't hit my E, then she's going to get away. But if I hit my E, we can one-shot Lilia. Vlad has no dash, he just has a little pool. Jhin has nothing. These high value targets are very easy to kill, so we just want enough damage to kill them. Now we have 69 CS, and we are going to look to roam because it is that point of the game. I don't really think we can dive without our jungler, and our jungler is not here, so we're just going to shove and roam. Look for a deep ward. We'll come back and farm again, just like the whole 9 yards. And then sometimes they just do this stuff where they just fight you. Wow. And at no point did I remember attacking this guy, so that's really confusing. Not sure where Lilia is. Maybe that's a sign that Lilio's at the rift. I'm a little confused. I didn't see that. Either way, I'm just going to freeze. And I don't want to use my Q, so I'm just going to use my E backwards to auto last hit. We're just going farm mode. Because, ooh, can I mid? I really would like to go mid. Cassian is scale. It needs to scale anyways, and he's useless now. So I'm gonna ping that. Yeah, I need to be mid. Otherwise, we're gonna. Or this game is gonna fall apart. All right, we're going mid. Yeah. Mid's the move here. I'm gonna farm a little bit, and then we will go get boots. We have enough gold. I don't even care about the movement speed that much. I'm more so invested in that magic pen that we get, because we'll be doing so much damage with the extra early magic pen. Okay. Completely free there, and we are going to go back now. We have enough. Oh my god, he died again. Can you hold off on fighting top? I roam. Gank for you. I'm going to hit him with the heart. I don't want him to think I'm being mean, because egos are very fragile in this game. So I just have to be really nice. I want to let you know, like, hey, you're an idiot for fighting. You're already feeding. But I want to say it in a nice way. So anyways, at this point, what we want to do is, well, if bot lane's fed, so we're going to bend over for them, let them take the mid lane. Ooh, this is good. And that is very free bot lane. Wow, that's crazy. Guys, this is like Diamond Smurf Q, which means that this is like Master Tier. Everyone watching this video, anything is possible. I literally mean that, especially in League of Legends. If you're NA or EU, you know, these are it's pretty obtainable. Just keep practicing, watch the videos, practice your Akali, and easy diamond. All right, at this point, I'm going to run up and then run around and kill this guy right when he goes to farm, because no one is there to stop me. Literally no one is there to stop me. It's just, yeah, I mean, you can't be farming alone versus an Akali at this point. And Rakan, looks like Rakan might have ditched him. So we're going to go ahead and just keep going. Yeah, and whenever we finally cross paths with Lilia, I am not worried about one-shotting her, because she does not have red smite, she has blue. She's going for a carry build, but it's not realistic. When Akali is fed, you gotta go red smite, in my completely honest opinion. At this point, I don't trust that he's alone. So we're going to get out of there and look for a potential one-shot on the Lilia. Red buff's not up, but we do have ult coming up. I think there's a pretty decent chance. Okay, here we go. I think she's going to go for Raptors, and then she's going to come down. I will have my Ignite. We'll be fine. Beautiful. Let's get out of here now. We are going to run for the hills. And the second they stop, we're good. Okay, perfect. And that is a shutdown. We need to kill the Rakan, I think. He's the last person for the maximum bounty. And yeah, so far so good. We're making sure we get value off of our kills, so we don't go earlier on. You know, we're using our gold to get the blasting wand, and then we just go for rocket belt. You don't have to go for one build every time. It would have been better if we got it needlessly and then went Shadow Flame first, but it also would be tragically bad if we just didn't spend the gold to get the blasting wand. So we're making sure we maximize our damage, our power spikes. We're using a vision against them. You know, we saw that she went to sweep up. We knew what she was doing. We're using deduction. Yo, did Leona even ult? That was really bad. Huh, I guess Leona ulted? Okay. Alright, we are going to get out of here. Nice, dragon is ours as well. Looks like Rakan will be going down. Just gonna make sure I don't get hit by a Nico. Nico's over there, we're fine. I don't have enough health to deal with that guy. He's just gonna explode. I can't. I will die to Jhin 4th shot. I just gotta back out. We're fine. Ooh, he canceled his auto. Alright, we're staying then. Oof. Oof. Okay, very good. Nice. Perfect. Nice. This is risky. This is really risky. I'm gonna be going... Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna go for Medjai's. We have 10 stacks, and I'm feeling lucky. So far, so good. We haven't really overstepped. We're keeping a healthy distance. We're never getting in death range. That's what you need to be careful of. Like, I didn't take the E against Swain earlier when I had like 20% health, because I know I can just die very easily. But if I wait for them to use cooldowns, if I wait for my team to get them lower, then I can hop back in, or I wait for my ult to come back up. So we've been playing pretty well in terms of like not getting too trigger happy. Now we have a really good angle to get a flank off. This is never warded. Okay. Very nice. We have not killed Rakan yet. What? Alright, we're just gonna help our team with this. There's literally nothing else to do, so... Yeah, so far so good. This should be a one game. We're not really messing up, which is so nice. But I guess at this point, we'll just push one wave since we're already here, and then we will head straight to the base to get a stopwatch, because stopwatch is so good here. As Akali, it's so good. So we're gonna get this. We're gonna get that. So now that we have a stopwatch, our Medjai's is protected. We're much less likely to die. We can use our stopwatch if we are ever caught in a bad situation. We can use it to wait out our shroud and our E cooldown to escape further. Overall, amazing item. At this point, I'm so fed that I can pretty much just fly into them, get a kill, and then use my abilities to get out very easily. There we go. That's my 150. Potentially a bad move, but they weren't. Honestly, they weren't there. All right. How so good combo? Why are you mad? And I ran into it. Very cool. Okay. If we can connect to Lilia, she gets one shot. She has a Banshees, and a very cool tip against going at someone with Banshees is to use your rocket belt from a long distance. And she's dead. Okay. And then using that, you have so much range to take them out, take out their shield, and then you can all-in them without worrying about them blocking anything. I am actually... No. Huh. Okay. Well then. So, yeah. What do we talk about now? I guess tips and tricks in general. I think if you guys are watching this video, you're really interested in Akali as a champion or getting better, or you just like watching me play, either of the no matter what the reason, especially if you're trying to get better at the game, watching my rank series videos to see how I engage in intense situations and how every combo works out at what level, what situation, to get from point A to point Z, just like level 1 to winning the game. I would definitely recommend watching all the rank series videos. And then I also have a second channel, Prof Akali Gameplay, where I post daily full games. You can watch that if you're interested in that. So overall, yeah, lots of resources, and just practicing your combos. Let's go ahead and continue on now. We are going to get ready to drink this elixir, and honestly, the last objective to take is top. So, all right, level 16. All right. I meant to Zhonya's. I did Zhonya's, but it was a little too slow. I was already in sleep. My B, I'm an idiot. We'll be right back. Alright, after my fail, they all went in and died. I had 4 stacks on my Magi's, and I figured because they're all AP, I'd just go for a Maw as a 4th item. It's a really, really good item, and then you go for Banshees, because all their damage is literally magic, so. But yeah, that is going to be it for this game. I hope you guys enjoyed. Leave a like, subscribe if you haven't yet, and let's go on to the next one. Alrighty guys, and now we are going back into another game against a Aurelia a Bruiser top lane. Does a little bit more damage than a normal Bruiser, but a melee Bruiser nonetheless. In this matchup, it is all about not engaging at the wrong moment. Otherwise, you will take peak pain. Alright, her Q is down. So let's see if she goes for this. Alright. And she did not. Her passive, you only have to worry about Aurelia in specific when her passive has 4 stacks. And also in this situation, I'm okay. Alright, cool. Now that I got that death out of the way, I can show you guys how to win from behind. So, winning from behind against a Bruiser. It's definitely doable as Akali by maximizing your spacing potential and your ability to use your Shroud to outplay enemies. So what we're going to do here is we're probably going to end up taking this cannon and then throwing our E into the brush just to stop her. I'm going to hit 2 off of this. and just waste a little bit more time from her. So now that we've died and we got what we set out for, obviously that was on purpose. Just kidding, don't ban me, that was a complete accident. We're gonna go ahead and just try to last hit everything. We should be able to get a tiny bit of a freeze going as well. And what looks horrible truly isn't the end of the world. I really use both summoners. She's gonna be overextended. And I'm gonna go ahead and just ping that both these things are down. And I really don't care that she got that kill. Yeah, I get solo killed by Aurelia a lot. It's one of my weaknesses I'm trying to work on. I get level 2, level 3 because she's probably one of the strongest champions at these levels versus one of the weakest champions, which is Akali. And yet I always try to push myself to fight her, which is probably a bad idea. Considering I just died, it's definitely a bad idea. But yeah, so we're going to go ahead and just keep attacking these. She should be back any second unless she waited for pickaxe or something.
Quick and deadly.
Looks like she might have waited too long. Let me go ahead and just bait this.
They can't stop me.
Nope, no bait to be had, but we do have a dive going. Oh, she's so dead. I don't have ignite, but it's fine. Wow, okay. And I literally did all of that, just the jungler did show up to get the kill. But if you look at all we just got accomplished there, I'd say we're actually ahead now. It's so funny how people, imagine like you have any, like 30% of the junglers you play with in ranked will start crying when that happens. Like they'll just be like, oh my god, it's GG, FF, wah wah wah. And instead, we got a gank, we got a big wave down, and it just turned out to be amazing. Let's see if I can get... Saw that coming. Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Are all I need.
Just can't let her get her Q stacks up. Alright.
Double kill.
I actually killed her here, funny enough.
I love what I do. My enemies want
And she is gone once again. So, what was a instant death at level 2 has led into a massive, massive lead. 2 kills without getting an item. And you talk about a champion's capabilities, am I right? I mean, am I right or am I right? This champion's kind of crazy. And at this point, she doesn't have anything up. She might have flash in a little bit, but she doesn't have it yet. So I might as well just try and get this whole thing under turret. I don't know if I'm going to get the wave, but I sure as hell can work on lowering everything. Yep, should be fine here. And she is going to try to tank everything. And that's okay. I have so much gold. Let me go ahead and do this. Get one of these. And let the pain commence. Oh, I thought my W was up. My bad. I meant to throw a W out and then attach to it. That's all good. So, we are approaching the fun / stressful part of the top lane.
Killing spree.
If either of us make a mistake and overextend in how long of a lane this is, the other person can run them down. Both of our champions have so much consistent damage and mobility to stick on top of the enemy. So if I use my E, and if I get chunked once, she can run me down because she knows she does more damage than me, and there might be nothing I can do about it. I'm going to do it just...
An enemy has been slain.
No, wait until she dashes.
I work alone.
You are slain.
Yep. Just like the monks in Avatar: The Last Airbender. You must have patience. It's all good. Okay, yeah, right there. Kind of fortunate I hit that E, to be honest. I kind of just figured I'd be in range to hit that.
No one tells me what to do.
But I could have missed that. Definitely could have missed that and she gets away. But you know what? She used flash and I would have just killed her again. The second we got back to lane. When my ult came back up. So, I have a big lead now after being 0-1 at level 2. And I'm going to be pressuring this Aurelia really hard. Like, this is a very snowbally lane, except for she messed up after she got her kill, and now I have the snowball. I have the lead incoming. So what I want to do is get a Shadow Flame early to really solidify my lead and put maximum pressure on her. And especially since it's top lane and not mid, we're on an island. I'm much less likely to get ganked. I feel free to go as much damage as possible. I don't really need boots, even though it's a long lane, because as long as I don't mess up and like burn through my spells and all my energy farming and then she jumps me, she would just kill her. Yep. I don't think I needed to eat that, honestly, but okay. I don't even know. I don't think I need to ignite, rather, but it is what it is. We're gonna go ahead and just go for this plate.
If they're smart, they're scared.
She gonna ult me? Ouch. Kinda rude. Gonna take this really quick. Just kidding, I'm greeting.
I mean, they could try.
When I see a plate, it's just too much gold. It's like literally half of a kill. I have to go for it. Even though I'm worth 2 kills now. 4 plates, if you do the math.
I got a pack full of
There we go. Literally, I'm doing my initial combo, and then I'm just waiting for my my spells to be up, my R2 for the ending combo, just to finish them off. I don't want to give Aurelia a chance to weaken me. I don't think she would win. But if Vi is up here, why give Aurelia the chance to weaken me and make it so I die 1-for-1, give up a bounty. They get, you know, an assist plus a bounty. It's just not worth it. So
cold steel and a target.
okay, now we have a Shadow Flame for 700. We don't have Sword Boots, but we could sell our Dorns, and I might actually do that. I think we're going to do that because it's such a good power spike. So we're getting the Shadow Flame Magic Pen, and we're getting the Sword Boots Magic Pen. That is 40 Magic Pen almost. Because Aurelia has 1,000 health. This scales with maximum health, as I've mentioned. Yeah, we literally are doing 40 Magic Pen. She only has 42 Magic Pen. We're doing true damage to Aurelia.
I am my own master.
And it's just so beautiful, this item. And if this item ever gets nerfed, you can just go for Rocket Belt and do the rest of the build without it. What we do here is... Alright. Gonna see what she does. She Qs. I'm gonna wait for a second.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
She's gonna be patient. Oh, it's warded. Okay. We're gonna back up then. I have no reason to tank these minions. I might as well just have my my minions tank them. So grab all these minions, or try to rather.
Not anymore.
And we're definitely looking to dive her. Just gonna quickly R+E her. Oh, come on.
Enemy has been slain.
I'm annoyed. I'm incredibly I'm a little upset, I'm not gonna lie. It's all good though. I think she has flash. She's probably gonna do something. Ay. Ugh, I just didn't have the damage I thought I would to one-shot her. She's a pretty high level. And you know, the only saving grace of that entire nonsensical play was that her gold reset. She was like worth 200 at the time, or maybe 180. At least now she's gonna be worth gold for the next 3 kills. It's not worth it, but it's really not the end of the world. Looking at the positive in things, it's more than just coping with the fact that I made a bad play, but it really does have benefit. But we just have to not mess up so we can realize it. But yeah, at this point, the team is doing really well. We've secured a lead in the lane after a very troll start, to say the least.
Destroyed a turret.
So we're just going to go ahead and continue on. We're not going to dive like crazy all the time. That dive, to be clear, only failed because I missed my E somehow. I must have just completely whiffed it. Normally, you could definitely just do that dive, and I don't even think I'm going to change anything about the way I played. I'm just going to say bad aim on that E and move on with my life.
Turret plating will soon fall.
She has, yeah, I figured she's got Blade of the Ring King. She's healing. And goodbye. Yep, okay. So, I mean, we just got the gold. We got an assist for Lilia. We got the first, oh, not the first turret, but we got a turret. And a plate to go with it. Oh. Huh. I thought she what? I thought she flashed over. I didn't see her. Open mid. Yep. We went from dying at level 2 to making the Aurelia rage quit. So at this point, I think at this point we end the video and just call this a laning phase section. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to the next game. Alright guys, so we are back into the mix. We're mid lane once again, going against a very, very, very squishy team comp, to say the least. Jinx, no escape AD carry other than Gale Force and a tiny bit of peel from their support, and like, that's literally it. And then we're going into a Sylas who goes full AP, Talon goes full AD, Kassadin goes maybe slightly tanky, but overall, literally every champion on their team is very squishy. So we went for Electrocute, and because we're going into a melee matchup, we are going to be going for Taste of Blood. Whether we're against Sylas or Kassadin, either way, we do have kill potential early. We just have to play the lane properly, and depending on who we're going against, I will commentate accordingly. And yeah, Doran Shield plus Second Wind plus MR every time, no matter what. And no, let's get into it. Gonna let him use his Q because I think his shield just got buffed. So his shield just got buffed. He has Taste of Blood, so he's probably gonna use it on me and just Q me in the face. I went W first. Okay. Yeah, we are playing in about Diamond 4 Smurf Q, which is about Master Tier legit. So we're going to go ahead and just get into this. Against Kassadin with a Talon, I can't really use my E to be aggressive if I'm going to be choosing to Q and to poke him out. So what I'm going to do is get W here second, and if I get early ganked while I'm overextended, I'm just going to use my Shroud to escape. But with that in mind, we got a pretty decent... Nice. We can actually catch him out right there with the ward, and that is really good for... It's information from my bot lane and my top lane that we kind of have a clue as to where he's going. And as you can see, we're just poking him out. Pretty simple lane. He scales late, so luckily we are, you know, we're able to win early at least. And, gonna hit up the helicopter. You can just literally, when you're passive, you can right click to spam auto, but then you press S to cancel it. And he uses Q on me to get a shield, so I'm gonna go ahead and just not attack him because I'll take minion damage, but I'm not gonna actually do damage with my shield or with my passive. And now I'm in danger. No, we're fine. Okay, perfect. I was gonna say, the reason I said I was in danger is because I was overextended with no spells left. I had no Shroud or E, so I could have been ganked there, but, you know, luckily he wasn't there. He was a little busy dying to my jungler. But as you can see, in general, you don't want to use spells if you're going to be pushed up in a melee versus melee matchup. And he is going to... Ugh, my freaking passive expired. Okay. Let's go. He was about... Wow, that was really smart of Xin to hold that knockup until I can get there to finish him off. That was amazing. That was truly amazing. And now Kassadin is out of mana after being poked out. He's also low. He's going to have to recall very soon, or else he's not getting any more minions here. He's going to try to get this with Q. Or E, okay. And it looks like he is opting for the recall now. So I'm going to have to stop that. And if I can go for a kill here. Alright, this is risky as hell to be here. But I'm so close to getting this wave shoved in. I think he's going to have to just TP back. And kill all of those. We're level 6. We're going to eat out of the range of him when he gets here. So he's going to try to run up and Q me. And then we are going to head back with so much gold. Okay, and we're going to get this. We're going to... I was considering going for boots and waiting a second, but he's going to shove. So I got to get to the wave. I can't wait for 20 gold this early in. Just gonna ping. Might as well. Okay. Just keep a wee bit of a freeze. I think that Kassadin is going to be at Dragon with the Talon, which is not good because it's Infernal, but maybe not. Did I really just right-click that? That's so annoying. I did not mean to right-click that. I meant to move, and I think I accidentally just clicked on top of it. All good, though. We are just chilling for our ult to be back up, so no worries at all. Waiting for Shroud as well. Or, sorry, not ult. Waiting for Ignite to come back up. But yeah, right here, Talon shouldn't be 6 yet, so it should be okay. And now he is in death range for when we have Ignite. We're going to go ahead and try to ult E him. And this is the most typical combo to be able to kill your enemies, to get that E to stick onto them. You might be looking to recall here. Not sure. But either way. I do believe he recalled. Oh no, he didn't. He's dead. That was free. And one auto should be enough to get that plate. Come on, give me that plate. Let's freaking go. Nice try, Mr. Talon. Dude, it's Talon. I'm like, what? You know what? You might go, Kassadin might go for him now, but that was, yeah, Kassadin's there so we can get the wave. Kind of figured as much. But I mean, huh. I think we're okay, luckily. Yeah, that was not good from our friend Xinjia, but it's okay. Ult will be up soon enough. We have enough for our Shadow Flame, so just going to try and get this and then get out of here. Oof. What madness. Alright, 75 CS. We have literally played this game perfectly. Apparently so has Silas, other than CSing. He's been a little busy killing my Teemo. We're going to do this. We're going to grab that, and we're going to do that. Actually, you know what? Dark Seal probably is way better here. Because I don't think we need boots to stick onto a Kassadin. It's either we hit RE or we don't. And Talon is so immobile that I don't need boots to catch up to him or anything. So, yeah, I think Dark Seal is much stronger here. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Perfect. Alright, our ult is now back up. I believe there's probably a ward. Oh, this guy's missing. There's probably a ward in that bot brush. I wonder if this guy's like... Huh. I really think I can one-shot this guy. Thanks, buddy. I love you. I really love you. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I think T-Bo, I don't know, who cares? Okay, it doesn't really matter. If he's 0-5, honestly, I've never seen a Teemo be useful in this game in my 12 years of playing, so we're going to go ahead and just keep going. Might as well go one more play. It goes hard. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. There's no world in which this brush is warded at 10 minutes, so I feel very comfortable going here. I need to be roaming top soon, though, because this guy is on a different level of bad. 69 CS on the Kassadin. Uh-oh. He might carry with that. Okay, at this point, what do we need to do? Kassadin is going to be mobile. He's going to try and shove and roam. I don't know if it's going to be safe to really try and solo kill him anymore because they have a Bard and a Talon. So I think the best option here is to shove and roam. I would like, I need the pinks around mid. Need it from Xin and support. Senna. Okay. I am going to literally destroy everyone. I don't care if Silas is here. I don't care who's there. We're killing them all. Just kidding. We're killing no one, and we'll take it. Woohoo! Hopefully they... Yeah, the problem is we just don't have pinks. This is stupid. This is just wasting time, Al. Although I can go for a flank around. Jinx is probably dead. Thanks, you stupid noob. Okay. It's fine. Okay, I guess we get nothing. That's always good too. He's really trying to gank the top, but top's so fed I don't even think it's gonna work. Yeah, this guy's like incredibly fed. We don't want to fight that. Oh, he's literally inting. Okay. That sucks. It's all good. We report him, send it to Riot. Just kidding. He's a genius. Very cool. Okay. Yep. Okay. Wait, what? says it shows Infernal as the icon, but it's definitely not. It's the Hextech Dragon. That's really weird. Cool. Okay, Timo might just be brain malnourished.
Has been slain.
Very cool.
Shut down. Double kill.
And at this point, I mean, I'm just waiting for midwave anyways.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
Okay. Alright, we are so close. Yeah, at this point we're just chilling. I mean, there's just not much to do when Dragon's down and bot lane's under turret and then dead and under turret and dead. But it's okay. We just gotta keep our farm up at minimum. Huh. Okay. Yep. We really don't have enough vision. We need like pinks, but I don't think bot lane. We just need wards in general on the map, but I don't think Senna's left the lane yet. Yeah. We need her to leave the lane and ward everywhere. Just 'cause I have no clue what's going on, who's where. Alright, we are going to get our mythic then. It's a pretty good time. They're all three of them are showing up here. Yeah. I think they're looking for me to jump them. I'm not doing that right now. We're gonna get a pink ward and just keep on warding everything up. We have good farm. We got perfect KD. Wow, that was horrible. Okay. That was pitiful, as they say. That was just crazy. Okay. And that was without getting ganked. Alright. No worries. We're going to go ahead and just run one more wave, and then we're going to disappear into the fog of war and try to gank. Okay. We're going to go bot. They're going to have a ward in this brush, I think. They should. They don't. Okay, that's crazy.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
The old ways just don't
Yeah, it looks like you get nothing. Okay, I tried. I just so much CC. I think I need to look for enough gold for an Oblivion Orb and then go kill Sylas, because with Oblivion Orb it shouldn't be even close. I should have much more damage than him, and if not, I'll just outplay him. You know, you gotta trust in yourself as an Akali player. Almost got enough. What? Okay. He did that. That was what he did for sure. Just gonna shove. I was gonna say, like, he has nothing. Might as well just do that.
They can't stop me. I don't know if they can try.
Okay. Surely Jinx will try to ward here. Okay. Ah, that was warded. All right, or that was revealed. On the way, but I don't have anything, and I have a big bounty. I'm godlike, so this is dumb. There's a mushroom.
I work alone. It's better for everyone.
Let's fucking go. Okay, alright. I am the superior carry, Lickma. Alright, going drag right now. Let's go dragon, let's go dragon. Grab this. We're gonna grab this. We are so stacked. I just need to not die in the next 4 or 5 minutes. And we are going to win this game 1,000,000,000%. Because we're gonna have... Because we're gonna have... Oh shoot, throw on this. We're gonna have Bazonias, and we're never gonna lose our Magi's if we have that. Yeah, he can't really use smite. Oh, I mean, he didn't smite anything. Okay, well. All good. And now they run away. Huh. It was really bad. Okay. No worries. Huh. They're just really good at running away, I guess.
I'm my own master. Just the way I like it.
He has Zonias. I gotta be careful here. Senna ults. Grabbing this and then gonna kill him. No, I need Shroud. I'm just happy I got 8 more stacks there. Okay, so Teemo got a kill, which I think is what he's talking about, because he's worth gold again, which is not good for us, but it is okay. I might go blue elixir here. I have 800 gold, and I feel really bad not spending any of it. We have our stopwatch, and we have more stacks on our Magi's, so we're really snowballing hard. I just need to take this. I'm so bad. Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that's crazy. Imagine being the luckiest man on earth. Huh. That hit me too.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Push, push, come on. You can do it. Good job right clicking eventually. Now we go for mid. We're going for mid. We can dive them or force them to come to us, then we run away.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Okay, I'm gonna go for a jump. Let's go. Xinjiao nowhere to be found. Xinjiao nowhere to be found. I do believe he was busy. He had to help his mom get the groceries, most likely, if I had to guess, because he was just not there. It's all good. We are incredibly fed, though. We're almost max build. We'll be max build in like the next few minutes. Almost have Zonia's. Damn. Okay. They got Dragon as well. Yeah, this Zen is kind of useless. Bot lane. Wow. All right, this is a little 1v9. Cool. Okay, so at this point, I sell this. I lose 240, but I get a full. I get to spend all this money, but then I don't know. I really think it's worth it, because I can just go for this Oblivion Orb again soon. And I don't even know if I should be the one to have this. I feel like I should just be killing everyone while my team anti-heals, so they're at least doing something.
An enemy has been slain.
in a perfect world, which we don't live in. That's so annoying. Huh. Well, I fucked up. Wow. I messed up a little bit. Okay. Well, I do believe they are on that. That sucks.
Let's have some fun. I'm not here to make friends.
Yep. Now we get sad. That's the angle. Okay. We lose another dragon. It is what it is. Very cool. Uses ult. And he's gone. Alright, 21 stacks. We can get our item back, which is really nice. Okay, Silence is dead. We should probably do Baron. Yeah, we should probably go Baron right now. Never mind. Yeah, we need vision. We honestly have a really, really bad support, and I don't know. That's okay. It's okay.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I do have my Zonias. What? Okay.
No one told me.
An ally has been slain.
Ugh. That was well played for sure. Okay, never mind. There's nothing we can do, sadly, because our team is just so horrible. This is really good that they're not getting this. How does no one have anti-heal? How do they not get it? Like, Silas is literally 16 and 4 and they have other healing. That's okay. It's just low ELO. It's a shame.
The streets are
Yeah, bro.
really my thing.
Yeah, this Lucian has like an 80% win rate in what world? I don't understand, but he does. Yep, rip. That's okay. We will keep trying. I'm gonna go bot lane actually. Yeah, this is not it. This ain't it. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's crazy. Unfortunate for sure, because I think they have the better late game too. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna keep trying, but honestly, my team is a bunch of dog shit. So, it is what it is. Haha, very good. Okay.
I'll make this look like magic.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh man. Oh, that's a shame. If I connected my E, we could have gone huge there, but it's all good. I think this game is most likely over, but we're going to keep trying, and if nothing else, I still think it's worth posting. Just don't type like I did. And, you know, I guess this is a good example of all games are... No game is winnable even if you play perfectly, I suppose.
An ally has been slain.
Yeesh. Might just have some fun with this Silas really quick.
I love what I do. My enemies won't.
I do believe this is warded, this rush right here. So I'm going to go ahead and not get in range for him to just hit me with the stun. Past that, I'm not really sure what's warded. Sweeper would probably be good here, but I don't know.
It's better for me.
Alright, that can be the ending to this. If you guys feel bad for me, please be sure to leave a like. We really tried our heart out, but unfortunately, there was a problem. These children didn't have enough milk from their mothers, and something happened to their brains, especially this Teemo. But it is what it is. I hope you guys enjoyed the movie. And this is, I mean, this happens more often. Like, it's gonna happen. It's annoying, but there's no sense of getting too worked up about it. Just gotta try your best. So, alright. Leave a like. Sad ending. Just like the movies. Alright, let's do this. We're going against the EKKO. Very easy matchup, to say the least. Should probably play it slightly aggro. There's a Lee Sin jungle, though, so I kind of gotta be relatively careful, honestly.
They can't stop me. Try.
A little bit of poke. Back out. Uh-oh. Ah. Damn it.
I love what I do.
Alright, he's already using a potion. We're gonna back up. I want to hit 2 around the same time as him so I don't get destroyed. Come on, minion. You can take damage. I need 1 more auto. Alright, never mind then. Alright, we're chunking him out.
I'm not here to make friends.
Once we have 3, it's pretty much impossible to get killed by a gank as long as we don't waste our abilities. And we outplay him. I knew exactly what he was going to do. He doesn't even get the cannon. Use a potion now.
First blood. An enemy has been slain.
Pushing into me here.
If they're smart, they're scared.
An enemy has been slain.
We're full health, and he does not have any. Alright, jungle is top side. So we gotta hug the bottom side.
You're gonna bleed.
Oh, I couldn't get that. Okay, fairly confident he is going to be looking to TP back, so I'm going to just shove this in.
Should have run.
An ally has been slain.
Looks like he's going to try to set a free, so I'm just going to keep poking him out.
The old ways just don't work.
And we're going to shove again.
Enemy has been slain.
Alright, on that note, we should be able to recall it because I think he's going to have to recall. If he doesn't, I'll stay low HP. I mean, I'll stay if he's low HP. Looks like he's going to stay for another wave. We're going to stay as well.
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
Looks like he is going to stay. I'm going to recall now. Might be able to get into actually... If we can get 6 off this would be amazing. Alright, he is now forced to recall. He knows I'm going to dive him at 6. So we're going to go ahead and get 1 auto off on each of these to finish it off. And with that, we get the entire wave. We're up 20 CS.
They can't stop us. I mean, they can try. I love what I do. My enemies love it.
Alright, gonna ping that he's missing.
An enemy has been slain.
Alright, level 7, and we're gonna look for a roam bot. Ouch. That's slightly unfortunate, I'm not gonna lie. Leaf flash? Okay, we should be able to get this then. That's annoying.
Dragon.
Just gonna shove this whole thing. Okay, well, they tried to kill me.
Feeling confident.
I'm gonna clear some minions for a while.
enemy has been slain.
And now we are out of here. 2-0. Big CS lead. So far we played this game literally perfectly. I think that's good. That's not good though. I don't know where EKKO's really been this game. But now it's time for you guys to make your way over there. My E actually went off. Nice. Good for you. It's always good when your E actually goes off. Okay. Yeah, I think I actually might have failed a little bit bot lane. I missed like one ability on that noob that's feeding. I got 0 and 4, Jesus. Okay, anyways, all good. Take this. EKKO does not use any cooldowns apparently. Can actually just wait. Yeah, I'll let the cannon take some turrets shots. Don't really have any rush here. Yeah, no rush. I'm not trying to gank while Lee Sin's missing. Actually, EKKO doesn't have ult, does he? I don't know. He might have not learned it yet. I don't think he's even learned. I don't think he's been in a situation. He's 0-0-0, so. Alright. Let's tank this over here. And then drop aggro. He might be able to miss some minions here. He's kind of like... Nice. That's a shield from someone. What the hell is that shield from?
Enemy double kill.
Huh. Well.
They can't stop me.
Yeah, there's a Lee. That's annoying. Ugh. Wow, that's very unfortunate. I just can't do anything there. I don't think my ignite was up either. This is super risky, but
Killing spree.
if it works, right? 96 CS to 80 to 68. Big lead. And yeah. Okay, let's talk about some stuff. Wait, maybe I should do this instead. This and Dark Seal. No, it's the same. Yeah. Dark Seal. Fuck. I don't know. I guess I could just wait for a Dark Seal, huh? Perfect. We took so long thinking it fucking turned out to be the best move. I overthought it until I thought it. Please don't die for once. Man. Like, do you just, like, not press W? Oh, man. Disaster.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Unstoppable.
No one tells me what to do.
No globals. Checking for that just in case. I don't know where Lee is. He honestly could be here. I kind of thought he was bot earlier, but I don't think he is anymore. I don't think he's been bot for a while. This is a fucking free plate. Thank God I thought to do that. Okay, I've made a few risky plays for sure. Lee could have killed me. Big shutdown for something that wouldn't have been worth it. I mean, if I got the plate, it's like a third of the gold value. But overall, I've missed a W, or I missed a combo on bot, and I made a risky play. So overall, we're playing pretty perfectly. If we lose one, that'd be a win.
Just don't work.
Ally has been slain.
Okay. chunking them out. 3v1. It's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. No pink.
I got a pack full of trouble and nothing but time.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Come on. Get him. Oh. Shit, that was a bad play. I think with Pyke being so underfed, that doesn't work there. I'm gonna say my B, and then I'm also just not gonna work with this guy. I think my mistake was not kind of something I learned when I was getting coached by Fogged is you want to play around the people that are doing good, and this guy is the opposite. He's level 6 at 14 minutes. He's probably one of the worst players in this ELO. So I think that's something to keep in mind. We're gonna go ahead and go for this Jax though. Should be a kill. He's very underfed. I think I can kill him. He uses Q. Very good. Perfect. We're gonna keep going because this guy is free. But yeah, right when he uses Q, so right when he sees me, that's when I use my speed ups and my W and my freaking, you know, everything I can to catch him. Because before then, it'd be a waste. The second he sees me, he's gonna run, right? So my ult's up now, which is cool as well. This could be risky. They're all missing. But I feel like they were just mid and they recalled. I think they reset, so I don't think it's too bad. But I'm not gonna bother with that last minion. Use a potion. Okay. I like getting all 4 of these because it gives so much gold. 13 each is like an entire wave pretty much. Not really, but it's a lot. We're gonna get this either way, so I might as well just take the minions as well. Okay, time to get out of here. Time to get out of here. Next dragon is Infernal, so we want to go for that. We'll have our cooldowns up. Well, at least our, you know. Let's do this. Okay. We're gonna go zone you a second. They're almost all AD, and I have enough gold to pretty much spend. I had the right amount of gold to spend all of it, and I'm ahead, but Shadow Flame versus this team comp is really scary. Lee Sin is a very good champion against Akali with, you know, Q revealing me. He dashes onto me, he can kick me to people, reveals me with his E if I don't shroud first. Like, lots of stuff. Oh. You know, I gave him a chance to ult, but he just didn't use it, I guess. Yeah, okay. Damn, Pyke wasted his ult, so we just get dragon, I think. I think we just get dragon. Don't you do it. Just get dragon, just get dragon. But it be like that, I guess. We'll just say all good. Look at this guy. How do you get to this rank? You're a challenger right now. It's crazy. I should help him. I should have let Nami get it. I should have let Nami get it. And that's just one thing I didn't think about. You know, Faker would have definitely let Nami get that kill. It was a panic situation. Okay. I think we should get a ward on that just in case, because that'd be a lot of bounty for them. Yeah, fuck. I feel like I asked Pyke to get that ward just because he's bad, and I don't think he'd be able to really help the team. Okay, I gotta stop flaming. It sounds so bad, but I'm kind of like just trying to explain without filters. We don't have that much time to waste. I'm out. I just failed so miserably. I'm gonna go bot. I'm too low to do any of this. This would be suicidal for me to try and make a play like this. Something I used to do until my coach, shout out to Fog for the win too, told me to stop doing quote-unquote YouTube plays. So yeah, I'm not doing that anymore. Although it looks like Camille's got this 10-3 to 2-10. Yeah, she doesn't need me. Her ult's down. No, I should go mid. Mid's gonna be more important. I think I can stop this.
An enemy has been slain.
Pretty sure Nami be in this brush. Yeah. That's gone. So I'm just gonna take this thing. They're gonna try and 2v1 me, I'm sure. I don't think I should take this, sadly. I feel like Lee Sin just counters me too hard. Wow, there's 3 people there. I swear to God, I literally, no doubt in my mind, I thought it was 2v1 no matter what. But she came over. She got the kill. I hope she got the kill because she's worth gold again. And this guy just doesn't care about getting stunned apparently. One little right click 2 feet to the right would have been good, but it's okay. All right, Camille and I, 2v8 probably, honestly. Okay. Right now, Dark Seal value. Dark Seal or Doran's Shield? I'm fairly confident we're supposed to sell Doran's Shield here and get this. But also getting... Yeah, let's do that. Wait, what's going on here? What did I even do? Oops. Alright, now we're good. Yeah, it's a good call. We got... Yeah, good timing. Okay. Yeah, this is a guaranteed win off of Dragon as well, so just a really good Dragon to have. What? What? I didn't even attach all the way. That was such a fail by me. Damn it. This is literally a perfect game until that. Well, mostly. What do we do? You can take 1 tower shot. You can actually take 0, but I think we just yeah, we should just push. We did not get the charge off, which is kind of unfortunate. Zeri scales so well late game like with good players. I know this guy's feeding, but he's still a challenger AD carry, so gotta be careful. All right. At this point, Shadow Flame's still a very strong item, even if it's third item. They have a shield. They have 2 shields. They have 3 shields. The TP. That's a pretty big cooldown. This should be kills for sure. I probably didn't need to back out that hard considering they didn't have any cooldowns left, but it's fine. Ooh, very clean. God damn, it's always nice to have someone helping you carry. Well, actually, CAMILLE probably is the harder carry here. Okay. I'm gonna be here just in case. I actually grief that so hard. But in a way, it literally baited him into trying to kill me after his cooldowns were gone. So I'm going to say that was all planned. yeah, all planned. Definitely. Alright. They're going to get that, right? Nope. I need to be there just in case. No need to tunnel. That's just in case. Just in case. I think his ult might have literally just came up. Huh. Okay. Well, this game just gets better and better as the game goes on, am I right? No, that's okay. Next up is definitely anti-heal. I think we should have gotten this a while ago, but it's better late than never. It'll help with this guy's Death Stand, Scorching. Lee Sin's existence will be countered. Nami's going to be countered a bit. Jack says, oh, this is such a good one. Ekko's ultimate gets completely countered. I think this is the most important high elo item that no one in low elo builds is Oblivion Orb. So let's go straight for that. And past that, yeah, this build is, his runes are perfect. We got Taste of Blood versus EKKO because I like, Taste of Blood's good in melee matchups where you can actually proc it. Otherwise you go Sudden Impact. And then, you know, if you're never going to hit a range champion early to use Taste of Blood because it's an early game room. Then, you know, Second Wind always with Doran's Shield, just living through the lane, living through the early lane is so important. I like it every single time. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory. Okay. What do we do, Camille? I'm with you, buddy. I got Zhonya's if the EKKO tries to jump us. I'm going to Q him before. I'll try to E him before I have to Zhonya's to get the anti-heal. Just in case Camille tries to one-shot. Because that will make it a lot easier to kill if he heals for like way less. This is it. Wrong person. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Alright, 13, 5, and 3. I kind of, honestly, a lot of my deaths were worth it though. I think I made 1 or 2 mistakes, like death-wise, and like just inted. But overall, we got stuff every single time. But on that note, let's take a quick look at, oops, I definitely did the wrong person. Let's take a quick look at the damage chart and the rank and whatnot. So we are up to 465 LP Grandmasters. And damage-wise, we did the most. Let's go. Guys, if you enjoyed this type of video, full game commentary, please let me know. And love you guys. Peace out. And now for the matchups guide for Akali. I'm going to go over every single matchup that you'll ever play against, unless it's a troll pick. So let's just start. We're going against AATROX. If you're against AATROX, you don't really have the potential to win pre-6 ever, unless you hardcore outplay him, but he's so tanky and does so much more damage and he catches you out if you try to go in on him so well that I'd recommend waiting until level 6. Having Ignite is incredibly useful in this lane because once you're level 6, you have your ultimate, you're going to be able to do more damage to him, get some healing reduction on him, and overall he's very killable at level 6. But I would just use your spells to farm from a safe distance. Make sure you have a Doran Shield and Second Wind to survive the lane. And this would be a good situation where you can actually go for Teleport Ignite, because Flash won't really be useful in this lane, but Teleport will help you survive early, and it'll add an extra layer of just being secure in the top lane. But overall, you can ult over his Q, you can E his Q, you can use Shroud to kite him out, but you don't really do that much damage unless you have Conqueror and you have a really long fight. So AATROX is really hard to kill. Probably just try to get him under the turret and then look for an all-in play. Under your turret, rather. Next up, we have AHRI. In this lane, you just need to use your spells to survive until level 6. You can try to catch out the AHRI if she uses her charm and misses and she's under your turret. You can definitely try to hit her with an E or E backwards and fly into her, hit her with the Q, and then use your Shroud to run in, hit her with a passive proc and another Q, get electrocute off. But once you're level 6, you want to run at her and then sidestep to dodge her charm. And then if you can, if her charm is down and you ult her and then connect your E, even if she starts ulting away, you can pretty much kill her by passive procking and then using E to catch up to her when you need to, and then passive procking, and when she ults again, you can flash and then you can hit her with another Q and a passive proc. You should be able to stick onto AHRI post 6. Just don't die. Until then, don't play aggressive, I would say. She pokes a lot, and even with auto W, she can proc shoot easily, so just be careful. Play safe until level 6. Next up, we have AKSHAN. I would recommend going Teleport Ignite here because AKSHAN just does so much poke damage, and he's a pretty meta solo laner for a ranged AD carry. So what I would do here is I would be sure to get a Doran Shield, use your spells to safely farm, and then it's really hard to hit him with your E because his E makes him fly around like crazy, but he is relatively easy to kill post 6 if you hit your ult. Just look to dodge out his ability, his Q, by making sure there are no minions. None of your minions are in between you and him because they extend range. His boomerang Q skill shot extends range when he hits minions, so he might extend and hit you. But other than that, if you don't get hit by his double auto plus a Q to proc his passive, you should be fine in the lane. Next up, we have ANIVIA. ANIVIA is going to be relatively easy as long as you don't get hit by a Q. So level 1 against ANIVIA, you can actually take a Q level 1 because you'll have Doran's Shield, you'll have Second Wind. You can take a Q level 1 and it won't be a big deal, you'll heal it up. However, level 2 and beyond, you cannot get hit by a Q because her E does triple damage if she gets hit by a Q. If you're hit by a Q, and then you'll be down to half health after one combo. So you need to just at all costs avoid getting hit by a Q at level 2 because it's going to lead into an E. But once you're level 3, if ANIVIA is going to hit you with a Q, you can actually just use your Shroud, and even when their Q's are about to be on top of you, just use your Shroud. Her Q doesn't actually do much damage at all. It's that E, that empowered E that she follows up with, that does all the damage. So you just want to avoid that. And then rarely ANIVIA's will overextend, but it does happen. When their Q is down, they're very vulnerable. So you can try to wear them out a few times, hit them with a few combos, and then get rid of their egg. Make it a lot easier for you to kill them once you're level 6. And then yeah. And moving on to Annie. Annie is very reliant off of hitting you with a stun and then proccing electrocute off of it. And that's okay for the first few times, but once you're getting below that 75% health mark, you want to avoid her abilities at all costs. Just use your spells to farm safely, and then when her stun is down, you can look to poke her out. she has to go pretty close range to hit her W, so you can actually combo her out using your W to get closer, hit her with the Q, slow her, and then hit her with an E, and then fly in with another E, and then just do a bunch of damage to her and back out. Take a good trade. Once you're level 6, she's very squishy, so try to freeze the wave under your turret or get the wave in a good spot for you, and then just look for an all-in play to take her out. And yeah, it's actually not that hard for a lane counter. You should, if you don't get caught out and poke too much early, and definitely don't let her poke you post 6. Only get in range to take damage when you're ready to all in her and kill her. Because if she hits you with the QW and you're suddenly at 70%, well, the next time she can flash and hit you with Tibbers, her ult, and just completely destroy you. So be careful to not get chunked at level 5, but at the same time, if you weaken her, if you think you're going to hit level 6 first, start fighting at level 5 aggressively, and then if you get a level 5 Annie with your level 6 Akali, it's very easy to kill her. Next up we have Aurelion Sol, and what you want to do against Aurelion Sol is just look to play aggressive, and whenever he uses a stun, you can use your E to dash out of it. But in general, as long as you stay inside of the Aurelion Sol, inside of his stars, he's pretty easy to kill. It's pretty easy to do a lot of damage to. The one thing I would worry about is making sure you don't ult behind him and then having him use his ult, which is a laser that pushes you back, which pushes you. You don't want him to stun you and laser you into the turret. But other than that, Aurelion Sol is just going to shove the wave and look to roam over and over again. So be sure you're pinging your teammates. Aurelion Sol is a very easy matchup, but if your teammates aren't paying attention, or if you're not pinging them, they're going to get ganked by an Aurelion Sol. He can get to bot lane in like less than 10 seconds or something crazy like that. So just be sure you are pinging. Next up, we have AZIR. Very brutal matchup. I would definitely go for Teleport Ignite here because he just does too much poke, and Doran Shield, Second Wind sometimes isn't enough if you want to get even like half of the CS. So Teleport can help you recall when you need to, maybe around level 4, level 5, so that when you are both level 6, he's not going to be able to just all-in dive you, because that would be a shame, because you just lose the lane right there. You won't be able to snowball and get your mid-game power spike because you'll be busy catching up from behind. So it's pretty much unavoidable to dodge his spells. Just when he sets a soldier, try not to run too close to it. When he throws his soldier forward with his other ability, then run away from that as well. Then just try to farm and not get poked out of lane. And if you do, you can teleport back. And actually make sure you're using your teleport. So you can just make sure you don't die, get your minions, and then teleport back to lane as needed. Next up, we have Brand. It's very self-explanatory. If you've ever played Brand, you know that he's a very easy to understand champion. Just don't stand next to minions when he runs up to use E on them, and make sure you're always running around so he doesn't hit you with the W. But in general, he's a very easy champion to dodge abilities. Getting early boots of speed might be good here on your first or second recall, just for that little bit of extra ability to dodge his W and his Q. But he's not often played because his skill shots come out very slowly, so it's hard to really make full use of that champion. Next up, we have CAMILLE. This champion is pretty difficult for Akali, but also pretty easy at the same time. Camille's W, I believe it is her little cone that will heal her, and you can either run just into range and then back out so she wastes it, or you can even run through it and into her to avoid it as well. But other than that, you need to be able to predict Camille's E, because she has to grapple into a wall and then fly into you. But if you have your E available and she tries to fly into you, you can just E right where you think she's going to fly into, aka where you are, and then she'll end up missing her stun, and then you hit your E, and you're able to do a massive combo, or at least hit your E2 and then pass a proc and run out. But past that, Camille's a pretty easy lane because you can just shroud her ult. It's very funny. Her ult is pretty much countered by your W, so that's always fun. But on the flip side, she can also use her ultimate to go untargetable as you're R2ing. She's gonna try and time that. So right when you think you should ult, if you're in a close fight, don't ult the Camille. Give it another second or two. Give her a chance to ult you if she hasn't. And then once she's landed with her ultimate, then hit her with that execute, that perfect execution, baby. Next up, we have Cassiopeia. At all costs, avoid getting chunked out of lane. It's pretty easy to bait out the Cassiopeia's Q, run into range of it, and then sidestep it. Or you can even, and this is the way I play against this is how I play in HIGH-ELO against Cassiopeia, is I actually run in range, and then I keep running towards Cassiopeia, and they're never going to expect it. They're going to end up queuing behind you, and you'll be in range to hit them with a combo in that case. It's actually pretty possible to kill Cassiopeia pre-6 if you have, if you're confident and you know what you're doing. With a little bit of experience against this matchup, you can actually turn her into snake food very quickly. But after that, you don't really want to go in for a long range E into E2 if her ultimate's up, because she'll just always get her stun off. But what you want to do is look for an ultimate engage onto the Cassiopeia, and then auto attack her with your passive proc, and then Q, and then instantly back up. And then the second you run back in to do your second part of your combo and kill her, most of the time after you ult her, passive proc, and then Q, and then run away to get your passive proc, right after that first initial combo and you're running back towards her, that is when they always ult you. And it makes sense as a Cassiopeia player, because that's the time where you think to ult, because it makes most sense. You got a little bit of range on them. They're done with the first half of their dashy combo. In that case, you need to be ready for that Cassiopeia ult and sidestep it, or you backpedal it, look backwards. If you're looking towards the Cassiopeia, obviously you get hit with a very big stun. And other than that, it's pretty simple. Just she's an immobile mage, very easy to turn into free gold over and over again later on into the game. Next up, we have CHO'GATH. CHO'GATH is pretty simple, honestly. Just try to dodge his Q. It should be pretty simple to stay out of the range until you're ready to get your spells up, have energy, and then fight the CHO'GATH. If you're top lane, you can definitely just fight the CHO'GATH whenever you're level 3 or higher. You do more damage than him, and whenever he uses his Q, you can either E out of it, or you can just dodge it by running. It's a really slow spell to come out, and if you are a half decent player, you should be able to dodge it pretty easily. But CHO'GATH is a very short range champion. It's almost pointless to really poke CHO'GATH in lane because he heals so much with his passive. But once you hit level 6, he is very easy to kill if you're top lane. Mid lane, you'll have to wear him down with a few combos in lane, and then once he's about like 70% health, then you can all in him, just because he has so much health. And even though he's immobile as a mage, he's got a knock up, he's got a silence. So just keep that in mind, but overall, CHO'GATH lane is pretty easy. Next up, we have CORKI. CORKI, all you have to do in this matchup is avoid taking too many autos with his E active. You should be able to dodge his Q pretty easily, and if he does try to run up to auto attack you and hit you with the Q, you should be able to potentially get on top of him, run at him with your Q, slow him, and start comboing him out. He's a pretty short range champion, and he can't really play too aggressive. He needs to play slow. Post 6, if you can get on top of him to hit him with an ult, that'd be amazing. But I think you're more likely to kill him before 6, because once he's level 6, he can just use his ult to wave clear from far away. But yeah, CORKI's pretty easy to kill, and whenever you do manage to play the lane well, position the minions to the point where you can ult him, he's incredibly easy to one-shot. He's very squishy, low health, low resistance type of champion, so it should be easy enough to kill him. Next up, we have Darius. Against Darius, you do not want to have him hit you with a auto W level 1, so avoid getting cheesed in the brush. I would probably wait in the top brush at level 1 so you don't have him pop out of the brush and auto W and just run you down and get his maximum bleed off at level 1. But essentially, just stay safe and farm minions from a distance until level 3 so he doesn't combo you out. And the big thing in this matchup, because post 6 you win, but if you mess up and you use your spells on the minion wave, or if you E a cannon, if he's able to ghost at you and hit you with his E, he can run you down like no other champion. Darius thrives off of having the enemies use their abilities on not him, and then just making them regret it, because he does some insane damage with a very aggressive slow, and his fully stacked bleed into his ultimate is just massive damage throughout the entire situation. So be mindful of that. Next up, we have Diana. Against Diana, usually they're going to start W at level 1, so you can actually bait that out by running at them, and then right before they're in range for the W to hurt you, you can back up. That's a fun way to make them waste their W. Other than that, I mean, throughout the lane, if she hits you with the Q and she ever dashes onto you with her E, you should be able to use your E to hit her with the E, because she's going to be dashing onto you and it kind of stuns her in animation. You can also use your ultimate to dash out of Diana's ult. That's something you can do as well at the last second. You want to be careful though. You definitely don't want to use your ult right when she ults, because she might follow you through with an E afterwards. So maybe wait until halfway through her ult. When it's about to explode, you can ult out. Overall, it's a pretty 50-50 matchup. I go Conqueror because even though she's squishy, she ends up getting health, and it ends up being a tinky, longer fight. So I like to go Conqueror against this particular mage. Next up, we have Dr. Mundo. If you know how his spells work, you know that he can shove low HP minions past the rest of the minions, and if it hits you, you take damage. So knowing that, don't let him hit you with his E, and don't let him hit you with Qs. And whenever there aren't low health, whenever there aren't any low health of your minions, and you have minions you can use to body block, you can take really good trades against him. He is a melee champion versus your range Qs and passive procs, and you have Dorn Shield and Second Wind. Should be pretty easy to survive his poke anyways if you do get hit. Pretty simple, pretty easy matchup, and then it gets easier at level 6. Just have Ignite and then all in him. Yeah, there's not much to it. Next up, we have EKKO. EKKO is a very fun matchup because it is just so easy to do a lot of damage to him without him retaliate, because whenever you can, so you basically, here's how it works. Level 1, you can dodge his Q, hit him with the Q and a passive proc, you win level 1. Level 2, he'll have E and Q, you'll have E and Q. If he ever uses his E to jump onto you, you literally can immediately E him and then E back into him and then passive proc, and that's electrocute, and both of your E's, you win that trade too. Beyond that, anytime he uses his E onto you, you can retaliate with your E, and you can even use your Shroud to avoid taking damage while he stuns. It's just such an easy matchup. If you understand how EKKO works, it's so reactionary, but you can also be aggressive at the same time. Next up, we have FIORA. So FIORA, you need to be wary of her parry. That rhymes. She is almost always going to use her parry to negate your R2 later on, but she might use it like your E2. But basically, you want to play slow against FIORA if you're going for an all-in. Like, say you're under your turret and then you start fighting her. Don't blow all your abilities at once. Do one step at a time, slow and methodic. Keep your distance if you can. But in general, FIORA is not a really hard matchup. You just can't let her get on top of you. So you don't want to be burning through your E trying to snipe a FIORA. You want to wait for her to try and Q in and get into your minions, past her minions, and then that way if she overextends into your minions, then you can hit her with the E and you'll be able to take a good trade. But if you use your E on minions next to her, if you go for an E snipe and you miss, because FIORA can dash and pretty much dodge all of your E's, if she's good, then you'll have your E will be on like such a big cooldown, and then all of a sudden she's jumping on you and there's nothing you can do about it. You have to shroud, then that giant cooldown's down, and then she dashes in a few seconds later and you end up losing half your health to her auto attacks. So just be careful about that. But past that, I would definitely get an Oblivion Orb by 20 minutes. Her healing's not that bad until she gets an item, but it's just so worth getting a Oblivion Orb fast. You want to cut out that healing. It's just so important. Next up, we have Fizz. Fizz is also exceptionally easy because you can be aggressive, but you can also play reactionary to how he plays. So if he ever Qs in, you can E him while he's mid Q, and it's gonna hit every time. He can't use his E, his totem pole, while he's in the middle of his Q. So therefore, you always get your E off. You just save it for when he dashes on you. If he uses his E to try and clear the wave, then you can wait it out and then use your E on him, or slow him with your Q and then E him. But then also, what I like to do against Fizz in mid lane is to run up to him, pretend like I'm gonna Q him, and then he ends up using his E, but then you still have your energy and your Q is still available, so then he has to E away. He loses a lot of mana, his cooldown's down, so he loses pressure. You can take minions from him, zone him off of minions, or if he even tries to farm without his E, you can just take a really good trade on him. Past that, don't get hit by his max range Fizz ults, and you're never gonna have a problem with him. And I mean, like, the only way Fizz can ever hit a max range ult is if you're really not paying attention. You have the reaction speed of a donkey, or he hits you with a ult over the wall, in which case, I mean, if you know he's recalling, you should be able to tell how long it takes to get back to mid lane, roughly. Don't greed for a plate against a Fizz, because he might go over the raptor wall, or he might go over into the river and try to snipe you. And if he hits you with a max range ult, it can hurt really bad and he'll kill you. So just be careful about that. Next up, we have Galio. Galio is pretty simple to kill, because whenever he tries to, you just don't want to let him ever hit his W, which is his taunt, or his E, which is his dash. And the way you do that is by literally only staying max range. Hit him with max range Qs. You can passive proc him, and then if he charges up his E, or if he starts charging up his E or his W while you're in the middle of passive procking, just use your E on him. Use your E, back out, and then continue doing what you're doing. If he ever is about to hit you with an E or W, you can also use your Shroud. And then if he's using his E towards you, you can use your E. And overall, it's pretty easy. And then if Galio's ever ulting if say your junglers are fighting at the second or third Scuttle Crab, when you're all level 6, you can actually follow Galio. It's a little bit harder than following a Shen ult, but you can follow Galio's ult as well. So that's something to keep in mind. But overall, just go Conqueror, play aggressive, but don't waste your spells. You got to save your E and your W to play reactionary. Therefore, it's going to take a while to kill the Galio, but you will always take good trades if you don't waste your abilities. Next up, we have GANGPLANK. Now, for GANGPLANK, it's really tricky because if he has Grasp and he knows what he's doing, he'll just get his Grasp ready and run up and Q you. There's nothing you can do about it. This lane is actually incredibly difficult until level 6 because he is such a good lane bully against Akali specifically, that I would recommend not playing aggressive at all and actually going for Teleport Ignite in this lane. Once you are during the lane, I would definitely be careful for the barrels, stay out of range of those, or if you're feeling risky, you can try to take out his barrel before he is able to pop it. But after once you hit level 6, he is immobile. You do way more damage to him, especially if you have Conqueror as your keystone, and you should be able to run him down fairly simply. And his W anti-crowd control doesn't really do anything against Akali. Just survive lane till 6. It's of the utmost importance. Teleport Ignite would be a really good summoner for that. Next up, we have Garen. Garen is so incredibly easy. As long as you don't waste your E against Garen, you should win literally every single trade. Garen's Q and Akali's E are pretty similar in cooldown. Garen's Q comes up a little bit faster. But you should only be using Garen, or you should only be using your E as Akali when Garen Q's next to you. So if you're gonna run up to try and Q Garen, usually he's gonna Q and run at you with the movement speed. In which case, instead of using Q and locking yourself in the Q animation for half a second, just pretend to run up to him and use Q, but then use your E instead. Wait for his Q to run out, and then you can fly into him, hit him with a bunch of stuff. And sure, he can spin and hit you through Shroud, but overall, the lane is pretty simple. Just don't get hit by a bunch of free enemy Garen Qs. Next up, we have Gnar. Gnar does not have that much range, so it makes beating him pretty easy, considering he is a AD poke, AD carry pretty much that pokes you. Against Gnar, you want to just dodge out his boomerangs as best as you can, and whenever he goes to CS without boomerangs, you can potentially look to use the brushes in top lane to get close to him, close enough to Q and then hit him with an E. This lane is pretty easy to zone Gnar off of CS and make him go have to use his Q to last hit. And then past that, he's very squishy, and without his Mega Gnar, he's really squishy and killable. So you should be able to kill him really easily at level 6 and beyond, as long as his Mega Gnar is not up. Because he does have to overextend pretty far to get minions and last hit. His Q's not even good. It's good for like for getting like 1 CS. But then the lane at level 6 quickly becomes either Gnar loses half of the CS or he dies. Either way, good for you as Akali. Next up, we have Gragas. This champion is pretty simple to play against. Neither of you really do damage to each other. You both heal a little bit throughout the lane. But against Gragas, you just want to make sure that you're not running too far into his minions, because if you end up running past your minions, he's just gonna E you, W, and then Q you and fly away with phase rush. You never want to get hit by Gragas's stun, I would say, unless you're able to do more damage than him. So keep that in mind. And other than that, he's gonna try and throw Qs to poke you. Simple as any other champion. Just run up in range and then try to back out, bait his Q out if you can. And overall, it's just a matter of taking small trades and not really messing up. If you miss your E against Gragas, he has open rain on you. Shroud won't do too much against Gragas because he is mostly a caster. He's a mage. But you should be able to kill him at level 6 pretty easily, because if you ult him and connects your E, even if Gragas stuns you and flashes away or ults you away, if you connect your E onto him, you can just fly towards him. And even if you're not able to get your E off on Gragas, if you use the first part of your ult, you should be able to catch up to him with the R2 just off of the mobility. So yeah. Next up, we have Graves. This champion is probably going to sit in the brush level 1 and try to auto attack you and poke you out starting from level 1. There's really not much you can do about it. If I were you, I would go for teleport, ignite, or flash teleport. You definitely need teleport against the Graves lane because all he does is shove you in or try to zone you off CS and poke you out. But Akali wins post 6 very hard, so you just need to survive. There's really nothing to it. Graves has a dash for your E, so it's pretty hard to hit it. You can jump in and Shroud, but I mean, Graves is very tanky, so you're really not going to take any good trades pre-6 anyways. Next up, we have Gwen. I have not played against many Gwens, but as far as I know for top lane, they are pretty much impossible to hit your E on unless you R plus E combo, because of her thing that makes her immune to getting hit by anything unless you're in her circle. So with that in mind, I would probably recommend not using anything other than your Q in lane to poke out her. And then if she is about to hit you with an empowered Q, her multiple scissors in a row, I think at that point if she doesn't use her little circle of anti-damage whatnot, then you can fly in and use your, or you can try to hit her with your E, and then when you can E2, you'll also do the damage to her as well because you'll be within her circle. Next up, we have Hecarim. Hecarim is kind of a menace if the enemy player knows what they're doing. But if you're laying into Hecarim, you just need to remember that he has to come to you, so you decide what happens in that lane. If he runs at you, wait until he is within range of committing to dash on you, and then use your E. And then after that, you guys will both be knocked back. Your E will be attached to him. You can pass a proc and then hit the second part of your E. And then from there on, you can use your Shroud, pop out a different end of the Shroud that he is, and then start hitting with a bunch of harass. The problem with the Hecarim lane is if he gets you under his turret and he runs you down, he does a fair amount of consistent damage. But usually Hecarim top's not meta, so you shouldn't have to go against him. If you are playing against a Hecarim in lane, let me know in the comments because I'm really curious, honestly. Next up, we have a Heimerdinger. Do not try to play aggressive against this champion. Here's what you're going to do against Heimer, because this is do or die mode. You can go Flash Ignite. You don't need teleport. Just stay behind minions so you don't get hit by his rockets. Don't get hit by his grenade. It's very slow, especially at max range. It'll take a long time to travel to you. So just stay away from him. Zigzag around so he can't hit a guaranteed one. He's gonna try and hit you with a grenade under your turret when you're farming, because that's what Heimers do. They try to harass you while you farm because they shove the wave really hard with their turrets. So you're gonna have to give up a few minions, but pretend like you're going for it, and then back out so he misses the grenade. And that's a big cooldown that'll relieve a lot of pressure, so you can get a lot more farm. But if you get hit by the grenade, you're gonna take so much damage and you're gonna potentially die. So just be careful. And then post 6. Once you're recalled or you get some items and you're healthy again, or maybe you've managed to stay healthy without recalling, Heimer's always going to be shoving into your turret, which means he's always going to be overextended. So what you can do against a Heimerdinger is, as you're pretending to farm while he's right next to you trying to auto attack you to harass you, just ult right on top of him and instantly shroud and move sideways. You don't want to ult and start attacking him, because if you ult and are busy attacking him to move around, he's gonna immediately grenade you once you ult. But there's usually no chance that they're gonna be fast enough to hit you with a grenade. If you quickly ult on top of them, use your Shroud instantly to get that movement speed burst and move off to the side. Once his grenade's down, happy hunting. Next up, we have Alawi. Against this champion, try your best to dodge out her E, which is that little soul grab that she throws out. If you can dodge her E, her Q is pretty simple to dodge. Just make sure your brain is active so you don't just mindlessly get hit by a bunch of her tentacle slams. But other than that, if she tries to jump on you, she has a tiny dash. You should be able to hit her with an E. And one thing in this lane is you can go Flash Ignite for sure. It's pretty simple. You could beat her really easily post 6. But I would definitely get an Oblivion Orb after you get your first item. Whether it be... your first item shouldn't be Shadow Flame against an Alawi. She has too much health. So I would go maybe for Rocket Belt into a Oblivion Orb. Like really get it that early, because Alawi just has too much healing. Next up, Aurelia. Here's how Aurelia works. She's gonna try to get the lane lead level 1 by attacking a bunch of minions, and then she's going to try and Q all 3 of them at the same time, get 3 stacks for passive, and then Q onto you, the level 1 Akali, to try and chunk you at the half health at level 1. Very common Aurelia cheese. It works too often, yet it's just so obvious. So the way you can deal with that is either make her take some damage for trying to auto attack you, or make her take some damage level 1 for trying to auto attack the minions, because she's not going to use her Q on you until she can finish the first 3 minions off to stack up her passive. So you can actually, if you know this, you can actually get a free Q and then passive proc off, or even use a Q on her and then try to zone her off of the first 3 minions. That's probably not going to work out. Your passive is going to expire, and then she's going to end up queuing all the minions and then destroying you. So you can go for a Q at least. Try and harass her. Maybe get some minions before she gets those first 3. Just don't get cheesed and die. And then after that, you can literally survive anything by using your Shroud when she tries to jump on you. And when she jumps on you with your Q, as long as there's no minions nearby and you're not marked, so she can't dash away after, you can just E her as she Qs onto you. And just, if you avoid getting hit by E's, if you avoid getting cheesed by her 4 passive stack damage, you actually can kill her pretty easily. It's just, she has more potential to catch you slipping than you have potential to catch her slipping. Next up, we have Jarvan. Jarvan, if you ever go against a Jarvan, is very straightforward. If he EQs you, if you're not able to dodge it, press Shroud, and past that, you can try to do typical combos against him. And you can also ult out of his ultimate, or you can Shroud in the middle of it. Either way, you have options against Jarvan. Very straightforward matchup. There's really no mechanics to him besides a EQ flash to extend the knockup, but yeah, should be pretty easy. Next up, we have Jax. Jax is going to almost always start E versus Akali at level 1 and then try to they're gonna dodge your passive proc. They're gonna let you get the Q off, and then when you try to passive proc, they're gonna dodge at the last second, run up to you, stun you, and start auto attacking you to death. The best way to play this Jax lane, because you win at level 6 because you can abuse your Shroud so hard versus an all melee champion, the best way you can beat a Jax is by going for the Q or just not. Waiting till level 3 versus Jax ensures that you have all the power in the world. And if Jax starts E and then goes Q, when you're level 2, when Jax jumps on you, you can just E him. But just be wary about getting stunned by him, because that's how he gets all of his damage. It's because when you commit to him and he dodges all your like passive procs and autos, and then he stuns you and does damage and keeps attacking you, that's how he wins the lane. And then after that, you will be able to just use your Shroud whenever he jumps you. You can wait out the stun. Once you have some levels and it's not 130 energy to use a single Q, you can make crazy things happen against a Jax. Next up, we have Jace. Against the Jace, you need to try your best to not take early poke with his range form, and you can't really engage on him because he'll poke you out while you're running towards him and then swap to his melee form and take a good trade on you. So the only thing you can do against a Jace is try to safely farm up level 6. Past that, you have all the mobility and damage in the world to kill him. So just wait until level 6 and then jump. Use your R plus E combo to connect your E onto him, and from there on it should be incredibly easy. Next up, we have Kai'Sa. So for Kai'Sa, you need to be careful about her hitting you with her W, because that does reveal you in, even if you Shroud, it has true vision on you. So if you go into stealth, you'll still be revealed in your Shroud. So other than that though, you should be able to stay behind minions to avoid getting hit by Kai'Sa's W. In obvious situations where she shoves you in and you're trying to farm under turret and she's trying to poke you, just try to bait out her W by running up to a minion and then backing out. You'll miss some minions in this lane, but once you hit level 6, it's fairly straightforward to just jump her and start killing her over and over again. But against Kai'Sa, I would recommend just trying your best to play safe, use your spells to farm from a distance, and then all in her at level 6, because she's very, very easy to kill level 6 and beyond. Next up, we have Karma. Karma is as simple as avoiding her Q, so don't be next to your minions. You need to know the range, or the width of Karma's Q. But other than that, you pretty much can always wait for her to throw her root out, her W, and then you can use your E to not only attach to her, but get out of the range of her tether, her root, and you can fly back into her once you're out of the root range. The lane itself is pretty straightforward, but you just need to get the wave under your turret and then look for an R+E combo once you're level 6. She doesn't poke that hard, but you don't really want to try to play aggressive versus a Karma pre-6, because if you miss your E, or if you mess up a little bit of the combo, she will end up chunking you out really hard. And because she has a shield and a tether, it's very hard to weaken her until the point in which you can actually kill her pre-6. You have to get so many combos off, but you have to get even more combos off against a Karma because she has that shield to give her movement speed and all that, the shield itself. So I'd recommend just waiting until 6 and then going in. Next up, we have Kassadin. Against Kassadin, you can play aggressive at level 1 by running up to him and seeing if he uses his Q to get that shield off, in which case you don't actually use your Q yet, wait until it expires, then you Q him, and you end up taking a good trade because you'll heal up with Doran Shield and Second Wind. And then you can threaten to hit him with a passive proc, and he'll end up missing a few minions if you do it right before the first 3 die. Past that, you shouldn't ever get hit by a Kassadin's W, so never be in range to get auto-attacked by him. But you want to just stay just outside of range, unless you are able to connect your E, in which case you should E, fly in with the E2, passive proc him, which you're probably going to take a W to the face for it, but it'll be a good trade. And after that, you should be able to win the lane at all stages. Just don't waste your Q trying to hit the Kassadin and then missing, or else you might end up having to go in for an auto attack to CS, and then he'll end up hitting you with a W at level 1 or 2. That would be the only way you lose the lane, is if you get hit by a few W's from Kassadin, because that does a lot of damage. After that, he is pretty straightforward to kill. As long as you don't make mistakes, you should be able to win every single time. And then we are moving on to Katarina. Katarina is a very easy matchup as long as you don't mess up. So the way you can mess up against Katarina is if you don't understand how she works and if she's able to use her E to make you miss your E. So just make sure you're not trying to throw your E out when there's something that Katarina can jump onto, including you. She can E to any side of any monster or champion, teammate or enemy. So just know that, and you can play aggressive at level 1, your Q versus her Q. You'll win, you'll heal up more, you'll have the passive proc afterwards to pressure her. Your cooldown's a little bit lower. And just keep playing aggressive, but never commit to using your E unless it's right after a Katarina uses her E, because early on, Katarina doesn't get a instant E reset. It takes like 2 or 3 seconds because she doesn't have enough points yet into her spells. So that's your only window to really hit her with an E. Other than that, dodge. Stay away from her bouncing daggers on the floor. You don't ever want to get hit by that because that's a good amount of damage. But as long as you stay away from those daggers, play aggressive, you should be able to beat her pretty well. Plus, you can E or ult out of her ult, so that makes it a bit easier as well. Next up, we have Kale. Very straightforward lane. You win the entire lane. Just play aggressive, and when your cooldowns or energy is down, don't let her get a bunch of autos off on you. But other than that, once you're level 3, you should be able to beat her. But the worst thing you could do is run up and try to hit her, and then she ends up hitting you with her Q, and then you end up getting slowed. So if you're going to run up to the Kale, try running up to her and then sidestepping when you think she's going to throw her Q out. So you can get rid of her Q, she loses all the pressure of having Q, and then that way, if she wants to come up and attack you, you'll take the better trade. The only way Kale wins is if you mindlessly run at her and hit your and try to hit your spells, and she ends up just hitting you with a Q, auto E, and then you can't really do much in return because you're slowed. Next up, we have Kennen. Kennen is a lane bully for sure. So against Kennen, I would recommend looking to go for teleport, Doran Shield, Second Wind, the whole 9 yards of avoiding losing the lane against bullies. Stay behind your minions, and other than that, you just need to survive the lane. You're never going to want to play aggressive against a Kennen, because if you are ever trying to, even if you hit your E, if you fly in with your E, Kennen can Q EW in the span of you flying into him or her and stun you and then fly away and then auto you a bunch. So it's just play safe until 6. That's the bottom line. Next up, we have Kled. One of Akali's hardest counters, but don't be worried. All you need to do is go for early teleport. You can even go for a cloth armor 4 potions item start if you want. That could be useful to avoid getting cheesed by his nonsense. And the reason why Kled counters you is because his Q reveals you in Shroud, and it also pushes you, or pulls you rather, into him, and he does a bunch of damage with his auto attacks, whereas Akali rather wants to stay far away from melee champions, obviously, and Kled can also dash on you to chase you when you use your E. Just either try your best to avoid getting hit by Kled's Q. It's not always doable though, so teleport is very useful in this situation. But after that, once you're level 6, if Kled misses his Q, you can go in to take out half his health, and then once your spells are all back up, wait for your Shroud and all that stuff to come back up, you can go in for the all-in, and then you should be able to kill him at that point. But the reason why Kled is such a hard matchup is because people tend to die before level 6, because he's a pretty good lane bully. If he can connect a few Qs and then dash in with E, he'll do a lot of work to you, onto you, to say the least. Next up, we have LeBlanc. In this matchup, all you want to do is stay safe and try to hit level 6. LeBlanc will always QW you in the face and then auto attack you and then, teleport back to safety with her W to proc electrocute. That is her standard combo. But other than that, LeBlanc's E does reveal you in Shroud if you get hit by it. So you need to make sure that you are staying behind minions or you're far away from her. And at the same time, though, she is very squishy, so it's not too hard to beat a good LeBlanc. I beat the best LeBlanc in the world several times. Even though she's a lane bull and she does well against Akali, she only can do so much in the lane. You don't need teleport, just play safe, miss some CS, stay behind your minions, don't get hit by her QW too often. It's worth missing some minions. Just avoid getting hit by QW a bunch and having her proc her sigil, her mark, too often. Next up, we have Lissandra. Against Lissandra, you just have to make sure that there are none of your minions in between her and you, so she can't extend her Q, which is her main poke, to hit you and harass you. Other than that, don't try to even play aggressive until level 6, unless she wastes her W, which is that circle around her that snares everything and does damage, because you're never going to be able to get on top of her and do damage, because she'll literally just press W and walk away. Other than that, if she does use her W, you definitely have a shot to fly in really quick and do a little bit more damage than her, and you can slowly dwindle her down and go in for a kill level 6. But in general, you play safe till 6, then you go for a kill. Next up, we have Lucian. In this matchup, just play safe until level 6 once again. Get your spells to last hit minions. Be careful about Lucian dashing in at level 2 and doing a bunch of damage to you. You need to be extra safe at level 2 in this lane, but level 6 and beyond, if you practice enough Akali and playing safe and by your turret and just farming under turret from a safe distance, you should have a decent amount of farm, and then you can come back after recalling, get some AP, and then Lucian is now an 80 carry that is stuck with you in the mid lane. Next up, we have Lux. Lux is a very easy champion because she's incredibly immobile. Her spells have a very high cooldown, and overall she is very squishy, and you just have to be safe until level 6. Don't get too close to her to get hit by her Q, and other than that, her E might go off at some points. You can dodge some of them, but even if you can't, if you're only getting hit by E's, if she's throwing them enough, she'll miss some and she'll lose mana and she'll be out of mana. But in general, you should be able to use your HP per 5, your Doran shield, your second wind, and all that to stay healthy enough until level 6. And then at that point, you should be able to start destroying her. It's all a matter of just not dying before you hit level 6. Next up, we have Malphite. Malphite is very easy to win the lane at level 4 and beyond, because Malphite is incapable of taking a better trade than you at any point. Unless he is spamming Qs onto you with Comet, he will run out of mana very quickly. But after he runs out of mana, you will start destroying him, you'll be healing. This is another reason why you go for Doran Shield and Second Wind, is because you'll heal up more. He won't be able to shove you out of lane, he'll run out of mana before you can do that. And then once you hit level 6, he has no means to escape you. He can slow you down and you can ult away, but he will never be able to win a 1v1. He'll never be able to win a trade, and eventually, if you can freeze the wave under your turret, you have all of top lane to get to him, or even mid lane, you will be able to run him down very easily. Next up, we have Malzahar. Against Malzahar, if he tries to throw his damage over time spell on you, then that's fine. Just you can take a few of them, and he'll run out of mana very quickly. He needs to be using that to farm the wave, otherwise he has like no wave clear at all. Whereas Akali can use her Q and whatnot. If he, in general, the Malzahar is a very easy lane to just farm up, but you can also last hit his Voidlings with an auto attack or a Q. And because he's such short range, the second he uses spells on a minion wave, on your minion wave for example, you can run up to him and do a bunch of damage, get rid of his shield really quick, and then once his shield is gone, you can run in with your passive, hit him with the passive, proc Q him again. It's actually a very easy lane if you let him use spells first, and if you're not using your abilities on Malzahar like an idiot, he'll probably just not even bother trying to poke you, and then he'll use spells on the wave, and then you have your window to try and hurt him. Next up, we have Maokai. If you're ever going into a Maokai top lane, just keep playing aggressive, go for Doran Shield as usual, and just stay aggressive at all stages of the game. Be sure to stay away from the brushes or have a ward on the one closest to your lane, and then make sure you're not overextending or pushing too hard. The only thing that can really stop you from winning trades is if Maokai gets saplings into a brush and then they run at you and do extra damage. But other than that, any kind of trade you do, you'll win it. One thing to be careful about as well is Maokai is intargetable when he uses his W, when he's flying onto you and then eventually roots you. So if you think that he's going to root you when you try to fight him, run up to him and pretend to use Q, but don't actually use it. Wait until he uses his W, he lands, and then you use your Q on him so you can follow up with a passive proc and all that good stuff. You should win the lane at 6 easy, by the way. Next up, we have Mordekaiser. Against Mordekaiser, your only chance to really kill him is level 6 and beyond, because he just does too much if you run at him to try and hurt him before then. But Mordekaiser isn't really a hard lane to survive at all. Just stay either away from his spell range, or use your spells to farm minions after he uses his Q to farm minions. Just make sure you don't run at him past your minions and he gets an isolated Q on you, which means that if you're the only thing he hits with his Q of the enemies, then he ends up doing like double damage, which is very bad for you. But once you hit level 6, it doesn't really matter what he does. Make sure you have Conqueror in this lane as your keystone, and you can get Conqueror stacked up in a full combo really quickly and just go to town on him once you get level 6 and got yourself in a nice situation with the wave freeze. Next up, we have Nasus. Against Nasus, you can play aggressive off the get-go unless he is an Emax Nasus that just pokes you out. But even if he is, Doran Shield and Second Wind makes it so he won't be able to shove you out of lane. Really, you need to be playing as aggressive as possible against Nasus at all times without shoving the wave too hard. Usually Nasuses will naturally shove the wave by using E to last hit. In a way you can do that, because Nasus's E is such a big range, you can actually zone him off minions and force him to use his E to last hit. You can do that by running into the brushes and hitting with the Q, and eventually he'll be like, all right, well, I'm not gonna be able to Q or auto attack these minions. I'm gonna have to throw my E out and just wipe this whole wave out. In which case he'll always be pushing, so you can always be zoning him off of scaling with his Q, but you'll never be the one that's pushing him into the turret. So that's the most ideal way to play against Nasus. Keep him low, keep poking him out, make sure you're warding so you don't get ganked, because he has a really strong W slow and he can help junglers get you. But you should be able to play aggro against him pretty safely the entire time and kill him a few times, because that's what they get for playing Nasus, is they have sacrifice early game for a very strong late game. Next up, we have Neeko. Neeko is very aggressive, especially with buffs she just got as of me making this video in the top lane. So be sure to... You could honestly go for Teleport Ignite here. It would be pretty good because Neeko is definitely the type of champion that will use brushes to her advantage and snipe you with an E, a few autos and Qs, and it's one of the few champions that can get you out of lane pre-6. So teleport is a really good safety there to make sure you don't lose too many minions when you do have to recall. And then you don't really need flash against a Neeko once you hit level 6. But when you are going into Neeko, just try to farm minions safely, dodge out her E. It's a pretty slow spell, but if you get hit by her E, her snare, you will take a ton of damage. So just keep your distance from her until level 6. And she'll try to hit you with an E under turret while you're farming. Just bait it out. Run up to a minion, but then like run up like you're pretending to CS, and then sidestep it. Otherwise, you are doomed. Okay, next up we are going into, I think, Orianna. Against Orianna, all you have to do is play safe, straightforward, and you'll kill her at level 6. Don't get too greedy and start auto-attacking a bunch of caster minions to last hit. Sacrifice a few minions. Her auto-attacks hurt, but she herself has no mobility and ability to like catch up to you and do a big combo onto you. So just sacrifice some minions. You won't die. You can go Flash Ignite in this lane very easily, and then set yourself up. She'll be pushing the wave out with her Qs and Ws pretty frequently, and then get the wave in a good spot. And then if she's overextended close to your turret, run up to her, and honestly, you could even be ballsy and just flash ult onto her and start calming her, because if she's under the turret, level 6 is Akali, you should be able to really start killing her easy. It's a long lane over there, and Akali has enough mobility to chase her down. But good luck on that. Okay, next up we have Ornn. Ornn, very simple lane. Stay away from the walls when you're fighting him. Stay away from the pillar he brings out of the air when you're fighting him, and go Conqueror and just do small trades against him until it is inevitably time to kill him. Ornn himself doesn't do a lot of damage unless he gets up to do a powered auto on you or he knocks you up. So just be mindful. Don't AFK brain the lane. Turn your brain on for this one, and it'll be very easy. Against Pantheon, you definitely want to go flash teleport. This is a specific situation because Pantheon counters Akali very hard. He's the ultimate lane bully, so you could say. There's not much you can do against him at any stage of the game, at least until really, really late game. If you can manage to play safe, he'll be pushing the wave because he's trying to poke you out, and that's just how it goes. And then you can try to get a jungler to help you, but just play safe, get teleports so you can scale. Next up, we have Poppy. Just against Poppy, you can play as aggressive as you want, but don't get hit by her E into a wall, and don't fight her when she's about to pick up her passive. When she throws out her ranged auto attack and she picks up her passive that gives her a giant shield, don't fight her and try to break that shield. Just wait it out in the laning phase. And other than that, you should be able to go even or take slightly better trades on her. So yeah. Next up we have Qiyana. Qiyana is... You should be able to win this lane unless you're in Challenger, and then they get really, really good. But basically, against Qiyana, just try to play aggressive at level 1 until she gets her Q and her W. but once she gets her Q and her W, you need to stay behind minions. After her Q hits minions, it doesn't spread that far behind them. It kind of looks like it's a little bit longer than it is. And this matchup is so element dependent because she can throw a snare at you, she can throw it like a brush at you. But in general, just go in for Qs, and then if she throws a snare or invisibility, if she throws in a water at you, like a snare, she has her water ready to go, then try to E it because normally Qiyana's will EQ in that situation to try and guarantee a snare, but you can use your dash while she's dashing onto you, and then she ends up missing her Q, and then you end up hitting it. It's kind of like when an EKKO tries to E onto you. It's a very similar thing. They dash forward onto you, and you dash backwards, dodging theirs, and you hit them. But other than that, against Qiyana, just make sure you're not too close to a wall if you're like 75% health or higher, because Qiyana has a crazy burst potential once she gets her first item, Sarah to Dirk. But if you play aggressive and you don't get hit by too many free Qs, you should be able to win the lane. Next up, we have Quinn. Against Quinn, you have no chance of really doing anything until level 6, because Quinn will blind you in the face, and then when she hits done harassing you with that and the mark she gets after that, she'll just push you back, and it's pretty much impossible to kill Quinn until you hit 6. So just farm with your spells and play safe. Once you hit level 6, you can immediately just ult the Quinn. She's a pretty short range 80 carry. You should be able to get your ult off and then run her down. Standard combos that we talked about in the guide. Next up, we have Renekton. Renekton, you can win at level 1, and then that's it until level 6. Make sure you have Conqueror in this lane, and be wary of the spells Renekton has. If Renekton goes W at level 1, or if you don't know what spell Renekton has at level 1, assume it's W, and then they're going for a E at level 2, and they're going to go for 50 Fury and try to dash onto you and knock out half your health with one spell. I would say your best bet against Renekton, because he's such a big lane bully and Akali is like one of the weaker early game champions, like in lane. I would probably just play it safe and don't try to play aggressive against Renekton. Even I, as like a challenger player, whenever I go against a Renekton, I usually regret it. That and Aurelia, when I play against those champions in lane, try to play aggressive early, you end up dying. And it is unfortunate, but it is what it is. So just play safe until 6, and then you can go ham. Next up, we have Rengar. Rengar it's tricky because he does a good amount of damage, but he also isn't as strong as you think, and he has a telegraphed jump onto you. So if you want, you could get in a spot where Rengar would jump onto you and there are none of his minions in the way. You can actually get him to jump onto you, and then you use your E, hit him with it, fly in, hit him again, hit him with the passive proc, hit him with the Q. You can actually take good trades against a Rengar. You have to play it based off of your cooldowns being up, though. If you try to fight Rengar without everything up, you're gonna lose the trade. It's just how it is. Just don't fight Rengar without your cooldowns, otherwise he will destroy you. But then once you hit level 6, you have way more damage than him, since his ult is meant for jungling and roaming, and Akali's ult is meant for killing one person very, very hard. Yeah. Next up, we have Riven. Riven is relatively easy to kill as Akali, because if she ever gets too close to you, like if she uses her second Q or she's about to use her third Q with a dash, just never get in range of her to EW you, which is like, it's a small dash and then like a really small range stun. Just keep a little bit of distance, and then if she ever really commits with like a dash and a Q, like her E and her Q, then you can use your E to dash away from her. And there are even ways, there's other ways to beat Riven, like if she's about to use her third Q onto you, it's gonna take a second to stun you. If you know you're about to get hit by a knockup on her third Q, and you don't have time to dash away, you can literally just press W, and then she can't follow it up with an auto, W auto, and then you can like trade back even harder. So Riven's pretty easy, honestly. Just connecting your R plus E combo at level 6 is difficult against Riven because she has an instant dash. She has a bunch of them. So in this situation against Riven, I might ult, and instead of using my E immediately, just go for an ult into a passive proc and see how she dashes and play that part of the all-in combo reactionary. Next up, we have Rumble. Against Rumble, you need to just play safe until level 6. He does way too much damage. He is a AP lane bully, and once you hit level 6, go Conqueror, and you'll have all the damage in the world to kill him 1v1. He doesn't have the potential to bully you in lane too much because his spells that bully you also push the wave, and he always is just pushing the wave over and over again. So just bow down to him early game, take some poke, but mostly just use your spells to farm safely, and do not get hit by a slow into his overheating Q. Against a Rise, what you want to do is look to play aggressive at level 3 and beyond, but if he hits you with a E, use your Shroud. Don't take the Q, or don't take the W Q. Don't take his full combo. If he hits you with an E before you're able to get in range to Q him or hit him with an E, then you don't want to take the trade. Just back it out. Rise can actually do a lot of damage, and you don't want to ever overextend towards his turret before 6 and not have your ult and end up missing spells because he'll run you down really hard. Rise does a lot of consistent damage even as early as level 2 or 3, so you got to be extra careful to not play aggro at the wrong times against him. Some champions really, it doesn't matter. If you go against an AHRI and she misses, you mess some spells early, but she misses the spells, like, or after she hits her spells even, she has auto attacks that do 40 damage. Rise will consistently be hitting you with Q crits and autos and W's. It's brutal. Next up, we have Seraphine. Seraphine is very simple, very straightforward. Just don't even bother trying to poke her until 6 unless she uses all of her abilities quickly. But in general, you try to run up at her, she's just going to poke you out. Her spells have a relatively low cooldown as well. Just wait till 6 and destroy her. She's a very easy lane to survive because her spells are so slow. And then she just doesn't have damage to fight you at 6 unless you really just get poked and fail every single time you try to engage. But it should be as simple as just waiting until you're under the turret and then jumping her with your ult. R plus E combo is good here. Next up, we have Set. Against Set, you want to play incredibly safe until 6. That's a given. You can't play aggro against Set. He just does way too much damage. He's got auto resets. He's a strong auto attacker. He's a Bruiser lane bully, but luckily he's a lot easier to survive because he doesn't have range poke. He'll try to queue up to you and then hit you with the E, which pulls you in. Just if he does that, press Shroud right as he's pulling you in. If you're not going to be able to E it, and I mean you don't really take damage from his E, it doesn't do much at all. It's just what follows up is the auto Q. If you try to fight back, he'll just hit you with a big W. Just wait until 6. Make sure you have Conqueror as a keystone in this lane, just play safe. And the thing is, once you are level 6 against him, you have a little bit of mobility to be able to try and dodge out his W, and you can run him down. You do more damage. He's melee versus an Akali, and Akali does really good against melees after 6 or even in lane because of her Shroud. So you can, if he's getting in range to auto attack you, just Shroud, pop out a different side of the brush. He's not hugging, and just hit him with some poke and then back out, and then wait for your Shroud and whatever poke you use to go back off cooldown. Next up, we have Shen. Shen will destroy you until, unless he uses his Q to farm minions, he will destroy you. So whenever Shen's Q is up, his empowered auto attacks, do not fight him. What you can do is get in range of a max range Shen taunt, and then pretend like you're going up for a minion. And a lot of times Shens will use you trying to go for a minion as a chance to hit you with a taunt. So you can actually bait out his taunt, and then hit him with an E or just hit him with some spells. His taunt's a really high cooldown, so you should be able to do a lot of damage to him or get a lot of pressure on him in the lane. until his E comes back up, his taunt. Next up, we have Singed. Singed is just farm. Just farm. If he's proxy Singed, then go for Dark Seal very early because he's gonna die a lot just because he's like it's literally just suicide Singed. You'll be able to stack you'll be able to stack up Dark Seal and Medjai's a lot easier and make them. You get like an extra kill worth of gold value when you do that, when you get a Medjai's. But obviously don't get a Medjai's first item. Make sure you're actually killing him with everything else you've learned in the guide. But other than that, if he's not a proxy Singed and he's laning against you, it really is as simple as Q him when he runs up to you. If he uses his W to like try and slow you and immobilize you, or you know, make it so you can't dash away, just use your Shroud and then get out of range of him being able to fling you. And then yeah, but you just want to stay out of range of Singe the whole time and just throw spells at him. And he's pretty squishy for a Bruiser, so should be easy. Against Sion, just his Q takes way too long to charge up, so you can use that to your advantage. If he is inting Sion, where he's just going for turret plates the whole time, you can go for Medjai's and become a monster going into the mid and late game. Usually Sions will just into the turret. But yeah, other than that, I mean, he'll try to push your minions into you to poke you, and then hit you with a charged up Q. Everything he does is very easy to play against. If he charges up a Q, run away from it immediately. Get out of the ranges, the radius of it. If he uses his W, back up for a second. Don't try to trade through it unless he has nothing else up. And yeah, overall, pretty easy lane. Level 6 against Sion, just you can use your ultimate and your E to make it so you can body block him away from ulting away. And in fact, you want to make sure you are fighting Sion in between him and his turret, so he can't ult into the turret to escape, because he becomes unstoppable. But if he runs into a champion, he stops immediately, so you can body block him from escaping when you engage on him. Next up, we have Swain. This matchup is impossible to win pre-6 due to his recent buffs or rework. So go for a early item, Oblivion Orb. I might even get it first item against this guy. Like make that your first item when you recall with 600 gold, and just you can kill him very easily at level 6. But just use your spells to survive his poke. And if he hits you with a W, or if he hits you with an E, you can use your W to try and negate the damage he does. But honestly, your best chance in the lane versus Swain is 1, use your spells to safely farm without getting poked too hard, and 2, dodge his E at all costs, because if he hits an E, he'll hit a W and a Q as well, which is no good for you. But with that said, you can go Flash Ignite here. You don't need teleport, but you can also go teleport. If you find this lane to be hard for you, you can go teleport Ignite. Next up, we have Silas. I would go Oblivion Orb first item here versus him and go for Conqueror. And Silas is very easy to beat in the lane if you are aggressive enough and you don't. So here's how Silas works. Once he gets down to a certain percentage health, I think, he can W you and heal a ton. But his W has a pretty high cooldown, and he has to dash onto you to use it. So if you have Ignite here, you can like fight him pre-6, dodge his Qs out. When his cool spells are using, when he uses his spells to farm, you can play aggressive and like try to do some poke onto him. And Silences usually feel comfortable using spells to farm and then getting hit by a little bit of harass because they think they'll just heal up on you in a bit. But once you're ready to all in him at like level 5, you can use your Ignite right when you think he's going to dash onto you and negate most of his healing out. And then yeah, just play aggressive, play reactionary to the way he uses his abilities. And it's not the hardest lane in the world for sure. It's actually pretty easy to beat Silas if you're good at being aggressive. But until then, if you're like a new Akali player, yeah, I would just practice playing aggressive in this lane because it's a really fun lane to play, honestly. Very, very, very action heavy. Next up, we have Syndra. Against Syndra, do not play aggressive at all. Here's what you want to do until you hit level 6 and you can start killing her. You want to run up to minions and pretend to last hit them, but then back up. Make Syndra waste her Q. Syndras will always try to poke you out when you're going for minions because it's the most reliable way. Once her Q is down, if you think you have an opportunity to harass her, go for it. But in general, decent to good Syndras are really hard to kill pre-6, but Syndra is incredibly immobile, and Akali can R plus E combo Syndra at 6, and even if Syndra pushes her the Akali away, you can fly back in with your E and just continue to comboing them, and you should be able to really, really kill them quickly post 6. But just use your spells to farm safely. I really don't recommend playing aggressive against Syndra until 6, until you're like until you're medium to expert level Akali. Next up, we have Taliyah. Taliyah is a very, very easy champion to beat in the mid lane as long as you don't get hit by her W, which pushes you into her rocks and whatnot. And she's very immobile, and she's very easy to hit your R plus E combo once you hit level 6. It's just a standard mage versus Akali matchup. Don't play aggro until 6, otherwise she's just gonna, like, minimum she throws a bunch of Qs at you while you're using your E onto her. Just play safe till 6, trust me. Unless you have an opportunity where she uses her cooldowns to farm the wave, but that doesn't usually happen. Next up, we have Talon. Against Talon, just need to make sure you don't get hit by both parts of his W, because if you do get hit by the front and the back end of Talon's W, the spell he throws out, he can Q you from a distance, dash onto you, and that'll proc his passive, which will do a crazy amount of bleed damage. As long as you are careful, you don't stay in too close to him so he can't possibly get both parts of his W off, and you don't run up to him so he can get a critical strike on his Q. You should be able to win the lane very slowly. The problem is when you run up too close to a Talon and he has his W up, you kind of need to just wait and try to bait out his W, and then once he uses his W, then you can go for a Q and then a passive proc. But you also want to shroud right after you use your passive, just so he can't walk up a little bit and be in range to critically strike you with his Q. Past that, the lane plays out the same post 6. You can't just run up to him like an idiot and do a bunch of damage, but if you jump a Talon post 6 as Akali, when you are under your turrets and you got a lot of range to work with, there's a pretty decent chance you can kill him. He's not going to kill you, that's for sure, unless you mess up horribly. You'll have way more damage than him, assuming his W, you jump him after he uses his W. And then yeah. Next up, we have Teemo. Against Teemo, just play safe until 6. You don't really need to go for teleport here. You just play safe until 6. And once you're level 6, he is a pretty short range champion. He's very squishy. And one thing is that his blind will get rid of your passive, and obviously doesn't do damage. So when you jump him after you pop out of the brush, make sure you wait out the blind if you think he's gonna blind you right when you pop out, or if he uses the blind as you're ulting, then that's perfect. You can wait and shroud for the blind to go away and then continue comboing him that way. Next up, we're going against a Tristana. Against Tristana, all you have to do is save your shroud in case Tristana jumps you with her W. If she hits you with an E, which is the grenade, then just back up and don't let her keep on proccing it. Overall, the lane is very simple, and if she does throw her grenade onto you, you can actually run into your caster minions and make the grenade do damage onto your caster minions, which will help you push the wave into your turret faster if you want to, just to play the lane a little bit safer. But Tristana is pretty straightforward in terms of what she does. There's no surprises when it comes to the damage she does, and there's no surprises to the fact that she's a ranged AD carry in mid lane. So just be sure to respect the fact that she wins until 6, and then enjoy farming her because she's now an AD carry stuck with a level 6 Akali in the mid lane. R plus E combo is good here because if you ult her and then connect your E, even if she W's away or if she ults you away, you'll be able to fly back and follow her with your E2. Next up, we have Trundle. Very simple lane. Just save your W, your shroud, or if Trundle uses his pillar, or he commits by using his little area of effect battle spell. Not really sure what it's called. But Trundle is a very, very simple matchup. You can use your E to hit him reliably. He's got no dashes. And you can Shroud whenever he gets too close, or when he ults you. You can literally just Shroud to wait it out. You can use ult to dash away from him being able to auto attack you. Trundle is an incredibly easy lane for Akali. Next up we have Tryndamere. Against Tryndamere, you need to be careful about getting cheesed by his level 1 and level 2 damage. But past that, once you have your level 3, you can W every time he dashes onto you or spins onto you. You can use your E when he uses his E, his spin, if there are no minions in the way. And you can take a good trade. You can follow up with your E2, auto him, and then Q on the way out. As long as you don't get caught out halfway in the lane without your E or your W, you will be fine. You'll beat the Tryndamere very hard, because Akali does counter Tryndamere in terms of he is only auto attacks, and you have a Shroud that makes it so it's impossible to auto attack you. Next up, we have Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate's first thing I'm gonna mention is his ult reveals you in Shroud, so you're never really safe from ganks, and late game in team fights he can ult to pop you out of Shroud, so keep that in mind. Zhonya's becomes your best friend in that situation. But in lane, Twisted Fate's just gonna shove the wave and permanently shove and throw spells out to try and clear the wave. And if you ever try to run at him, he'll probably hit you with a gold card. But if there's ever a chance to do damage to him pre-6, it's when he uses his W, his red card probably, or blue card, whatever card he picks out, to shove the wave. And then at that point, you can try to hit him with an E or hit him with a Q, but most likely you're never going to be able to hurt him until you hit level 6. And then at that point, if you hit your R plus E combo, even if he gold cards you, it doesn't matter. He's immobile, he's a squishy mage. Very easy to kill him post 6, very easy. Next up we have Urgot. Urgot's gonna try and bully you in lane with his grenades. I don't recommend playing any form of aggressive against Urgot until 6, because he just has too much tankiness and too much damage. What I would do against Urgot is wait for level 6, ult him, and then when he uses his minigun, if he uses minigun immediately, I might Shroud to wait it out, and then at that point he has no damage compared to a level 6 Akali. Make sure you have Conqueror in this lane for the consistent damage. But yeah, it'll take like maybe one combo, like try to start fighting Urgot level 5, get yourselves both to like 70%, try to take a little bit of a good trade, and then once you hit level 6, once your spells are back up, then you can go in for the killing combo that we just mentioned. Next up we have Veigar. Against Veigar, what you can do is play aggressive and dodge his Q at the same time and his W. So Veigar will try to, I'm not sure how you say his name, but anyways, he'll try to hit your Q, hit his Q to hit a minion and then you. You need to know the range on his Q, and he's also going to be using his Q to farm because it gives him permanent AP. Your best window to try to zone him off of a few minions, if you want to play aggressive pre-6, because you can, is once he uses his Q. But you don't want to run at him brainlessly, because he'll just Q you in the face, get free AP off of you. If he hits you with any spells, he gets free AP from his passive. So keep that in mind. But once he uses his Q, you can run at him. He'll probably use his stun. You can just back up or use your Shroud. If you ever get caught in the middle of his stun, you can use your Shroud in it, and you can dodge his W incredibly easily. And yeah, other than that, he is an immobile, squishy mage, and have fun destroying him at level 6 and beyond. He also doesn't poke that hard because he's a scaling champion, so it's pretty easy to survive him. You should never die to a Veigar pre-6. Vel'Koz, up next we have Vel'Koz. So against this champion, you just need to don't get too close to him to the point where you can hit his E, his circle that knocks you up, because that'll lead into him getting his W and his Q, and then he'll get his passive proc and he'll do a bunch of damage. Other than that, if he tries to throw his Q, you should be able to dodge it. And the way it works is he throws it out straight and then it goes out at the 180 degree different angle. I don't know what the degree is. Anyways, you should be able to know how it works after you see the first one he throws out. Just dodge that, and the way you can do that is just giving yourself a little distance on him. But once you hit level 6, it should be very easy to kill him. But you will, as long as you keep distance on Vel'Koz, it's really hard for him to hit his Q, which is what he needs to hit to do a bunch of damage. Because if you have Doran's Shield and Second Wind, him just hitting W's isn't gonna ever get you out of lane. So should be easy post 6, and just survive the lane till then. Up next we have Vex. Seems like a difficult match, but honestly it's not. Just because, I mean, Vex counters dashes, but it doesn't really matter because you're not really dashing pre-6, and post-6 you destroy Vex because she's an immobile mage. All you need to do is play aggressive when her fear is down, and don't even try to play aggro pre-6 because she's just gonna throw spells at you and run away. Try to bait out her E because she's always gonna try and E you and then hit you with an auto attack as a follow-up into proc electrocute. That's her classic combo. And then dodging her Q, which is her little laser beam she throws out, is so easy because it comes out so slow at the beginning that you can dodge it very easily. Like, if you ever get hit by them, it's because you're not trying hard enough, you're not paying enough attention, or you're 60 years old and you don't have reflexes. I'm just kidding. Sorry to any 6-year-olds out there. I'm sure you're very, very fast. Next up, we have Victor. This champion is going to try and Q you and then auto you at level 1. So you can take the first one at level 1 because it's going to mean that you hit your first 3 minions by Qing all of them, or you can like auto one of them and then Q all of them to get the first 3 minions. It's okay if he Qs you and autos you because that's the whole point of it having health regen. But past that, past the first minions, when you're starting to heal up, you need to start healing up 80%. You don't want to be lower than 75% in the lane. Then you start using your spells to safely farm. It's really, really hard to avoid getting hit by his max range lasers, but that's okay. Just don't let him keep on Q autoing you on repeat, and you should be able to safely farm enough minions to do a good job and then hit level 6 and destroy him. And then also Akali post 6 has enough mobility to counter out Victor's stun circle just by ulting over it, or just make sure you don't get hit by the stun in the middle of your combo. Like, run around it, work yourself around it. Next up we have Vladimir. This champion is incredibly easy to survive the lane. He doesn't do that much poke. If he's about to charge up his E, stand behind minions. If his Q is about to be empowered, either get out of range or shroud so he can't target you, or if you think you have the damage to kill him, you can actually bait it by having him run up to you right when his Q is about to be empowered. Like, literally I'm talking half a second before that red bar comes up. You can ignite him, he ends up not getting the empowered heal, and then you win the trade way harder now. And then post 6, you just ult him and then play your combos a little bit slowly. Don't just blow your whole load at once because you might miss your Q and your R2 because he pools the proper time. It's better to just play a little bit slower but aggressive, like consistent, like Q, passive rock, Q, passive rock, E, passive rock, against Vladimir, because you want to ult after he uses his pool, obviously. That would be the most ideal situation. But sometimes they'll hold it until they're under their... It just depends on how far out he is and how well you hit your spells. Next up, we're going against a Volibear. Against a Volibear, you can E out of his E, or the circle that comes through the air and eventually hits you, so he should never poke you that way. You can shroud his Q and then pop out and poke him, and you should never be in auto attack range for him to W over and over again. This lane is very reactionary, but you don't do much damage against a tank, so just play safe and slow, play with your cooldowns, and make sure you don't miss your E, because that takes away a lot of pressure. If anything, you can hold your E so he can never He can never just run up and Q you without regretting it. Next up, we have Warwick. Warwick is a pretty much impossible to kill. I've even played against the best Warwick in the world. He's just going to be too tanky and then heal with his autos and then Q you. So what I would do is I would go for a first item Oblivion Orb. Make sure you have Conqueror as your keystone. And against Warwick, I would try to start playing aggressive at 6. If he does go aggressive on you and run at you, obviously you should save your E to hit him, and then if he uses and fly at him, and then if he uses his fear, you can use your shroud and avoid taking damage from him fearing you and autoing and queuing you. The lane is very slow and straightforward. It's just Warwicks will always try to bait you into thinking you win, and they usually have barrier for this exact reason, and then they'll start autoing you with low health and queuing you and healing half their health with a single Q. I would just not play the lane aggressive at all. Not a single aggressive bone in your body until level 6. Get an Oblivion Orb, and then from there, get the lane to be under your turret, and then ult him and start comboing him out and all that fun stuff. He's probably going to try to barrier if he does. I don't think I've ever seen a Warwick in lane not have barrier. So with that in mind, they're probably going to save barrier for when they think you're going to use your R2 to execute them, in which case hold it for another second, see if they use the barrier, and then if they do, you can wait it out and then R2 them after it expires, and then boom, they just got outplayed. Next up, we have Wukong. Wukong, level 1, you can play aggressive, but I don't recommend it. Usually, if you want to beat a Wukong at level 1, see what ability they have first, because if they have E and you Q them, they're going to end up just hitting you a bunch and taking out half your health. So it might be best to just play the lane safe until level 3. But at level 3, if he ever is using his E onto you, if you're fast enough, you can use your E onto him before he goes invisible. Wukong doesn't do that much damage unless he starts snowballing. But in general, it's a losing lane for Wukong, or for Akali to play aggressive in most of the time. You can, though, pretty much break even or take slightly bad trades. So if you have an aggressive jungler, I would say it's definitely worth trying to play aggro, because if anything, you can really test your limits with how aggressive this matchup can be if you're both playing aggressive. But once you hit level 6, it should be pretty easy to kill him just by using your ult. Your ult's a little bit stronger. His ult does a lot of damage too, but your ult does more. So you win at level 6 with Conqueror and full health. Next up, we have Xerath. Xerath is brutal if you run too far close and he ends up hitting his E and his W. Xerath should never get the strong end of his W onto you, which is his circle that he throws out, unless he hits a stun. But he should never hit a stun, because you should never be not behind your minions. They should be in the way, so you can't hit that stun. He's gonna hit Qs consistently. It's not that hard for him to hit a Q, but Akali with Doran Shield and Second Wind heals enough to the point where it doesn't matter. You just need to farm for level 6. Once you have level 6, you can run at him, try to sidestep his stun. He might try to hit you with the W first to slow you and then hit his stun. But if he does end up doing that, even if he hits you and you can't chase him, then you wait until next time he comes in range. Then you run at him again, and this time he won't have a stun because it's a pretty big cooldown. And then you can go in for a combo to try and kill him. There's an immobile mage that is very squishy, and I mean, you can also ask your support or jungle to gank for you once you're level 6 and just dive him. That's pretty easy too. Next up, we have Yasuo. This lane is very easy to win if you know what you're doing, so I'm going to tell you exactly what to do at what levels. If Yasuo starts a Q at level 1, wait, dodge out the first tornado he throws out. He's going to use 2 Qs on the wave usually, and then once he clears out the first 3 minions, he'll try to hit you with the knockup. Honestly, most of the time against Yasuo, you just don't play aggressive at all in level 1. Level 2, he's going to hit level 2 first because he has way more wave clear, and then he's going to try and dash on minions and then dash onto you and hit you with a bunch of autos while you're level 1. So because of that, he's going to end up having the lane priority. He's going to get level 2 first. I play safe until level 3 once the wave crashes. At that point, if you're playing against a full health level 3 Yasuo as a level 3 Akali, normally he is going to try to dash onto you, and when he does that, he's usually going to try and use Wind Wall as he's dashing onto you because he thinks you're going to throw your E onto him. So instead, you don't throw your Wind Wall and you just Shroud. Wait until he's overextended now, and his Wind Wall is down, and then at that point, you can hit him with the Q. Once he comes on the right side of the Wind Wall, you can hit him with an auto, an E, take a small trade. But Yasuo is pretty simple to beat because they're always way too aggressive. It's just like a Yasuo syndrome type of thing. And once you hit level 6, you can all in him. You have to play the lane slow because he has the Wind Wall. You don't want to have him negate out your E or your Q, because even at level 6, your Q takes up a lot of energy, and having that be negated would be very unfortunate. So just play the lane slow, ult Shroud instead of ult Q. But if he's not the type that uses his Wind Wall immediately, you can kind of read the type of Yasuo he is just by playing the lane for a few minutes. If he's not that type, then you can R plus E combo him, or hit him with the Q right when he dashes, hit him with the E when he dashes. It just depends on the lane. You have to be a little reactionary, a little bit of reading against the guy. But yeah, it's a pretty easy lane to win if you play aggressive and smart. The worst thing you could do is get caught out without cooldowns. He'll dash on you using all the minions on your side and then start destroying you. Next up, we have Yone. Yone is so easy to win against. It's hilarious because on his third Q, he dashes forward with the Q, and it makes it so easy to hit your E. Not to mention, his W, like if he tries to throw his W out, you can just wait out the shield from a safe distance, or wait it out in Shroud, and just overall, Akali's E directly counters Yone's Q, so you should be able to win every single Yone lane. It's very, very easy. You don't want to get caught out without your Shroud or your E, because that's when Yone will start trying to destroy you. That's when he has the only opportunity Yone has to really beat you is when you have no spells or energy, which should never happen. Because even if you only have your Q up, you can slow him down with the Q to the point where he can't just keep hitting you with Qs and autos and whatnot. He's not like Yasuo where he can get right on top of you just by a spell that has no cooldown. Next up, we have Yorick. Against Yorick, your Shroud is very useful if he gets you in that cage, or if he hits you with his E and sends all the ghouls flying onto you. You don't want to ever get in range for him to hit you with a Q, because that just does a lot of damage. And in essence, the lane should be pretty straightforward. Go Conqueror and play aggressive because you have Shroud, you have the ability to destroy him and never get hit by his autos, and then you beat him at 6. He's tanky, and if you get caught out without spells and he hits his E and W's you, if he catches you out without energy or cooldowns, he can definitely kill you. But it's pretty hard for Yorick to kill you. You'd have to mess up pretty hard, and it's Akali's lane to win. Let's just put it that way. Next up, we have Zed. Against Zed, you need to make sure you are standing behind minions, or sometimes, because the way Zed works is his Q does a lot of extra damage to the first target it hits. So what you can do against Zed is actually run out of your minions for a second to see if you can get it out of him. But otherwise, if he hits one of your minions and then he hits you, it does like 40 damage. It does no damage. You'll end up healing all of it with Second Wind and Doran Shield. And then what he'll try to do later on in the lane is throw out his Shadow, hit you with an E to slow you, and then hit you with double Q. Very classic combo, in which case you need to just be zigzagging non-stop against Zed. That's the moral of the story is, don't be predictable. Don't go left, right, left, right, left, right. Go left, right, 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 left, right, right, and then just like go back, forth. It's just, you cannot be predictable in the way you juke his skill shots. Otherwise, you'll take a lot of damage. If you get it is very reasonable that you lose this lane, because if Zed is decent and he hits skill shots, there's really not much Akali can do about it. But once you hit level 6, you can shroud the Zed ult if you want, but I usually just play aggressive in this lane because Zed is pretty weak damage-wise compared to Akali at 6. Next up, we have Ziggs. Standard mage versus Akali situation. Just use your spells to safely farm. Then you hit level 6. You're gonna have to just dodge skill shots. He's gonna try and poke you with his Q while you're farming, and you need to sacrifice some CS. Don't want to get chunked out of the lane. It's very hard to get chunked out of lane. Just make sure you're sacrificing, specifically the melee minions. You don't want to ever use auto attacks on the melees because you'll have to overextend to the point where Ziggs can hit you with his spells. And that's not always the case. So, you know, it depends on how he positions. But in general, just play safe until level 6 and then hit him with your R plus E combo. And even if he W's away or W's you away, you can follow up with him. He's a very squishy, mostly immobile mage. Next up, we have Zilean. The lane is incredibly easy as long as you don't get hit by his double bomb. And the way that works is if he throws one bomb on top of another, you should be able to stand next to other minions. Just don't stand in range of his Q, I would say. And if you are going to stand in range of his Q, just don't stand in range of him being able to just hit you with 2 back to back. Another way Zilean can poke you out is by throwing a bomb on a minion that has 1 auto attack from death, and then he'll kill the minion and then pop it early, and that will do damage to you. But in general, Zilean is an incredibly easy lane to kill, and he doesn't do enough poke to really poke you out, so you shouldn't have problems in this lane. And now for our last matchup, we have Zoe. Zoe is incredibly difficult to play against as Akali, and this is the only lane where I would recommend going fleet footwork, but if you didn't, it's okay. I'm going to explain how to play against her if you don't have it, but she does counter you, so what I would do is stand behind minions when she throws her Q out and make it so she can't hit you with her Q, which is that little thing that she throws out behind her and then she throws towards you. Other than that, don't ever let her get her sleepy bubble off, and the way she would ever get that off is if you just run at her directly. You can run at her from a pretty decent distance, like almost max range ult distance, and then sidestep it, and if you get rid of her E and you can get your ult off, she's dead. That's the challenge, is baiting out her E and then killing her after that point. But in general, she's a very, very strong lane bully who does really well against Akali because Akali has linear damage. Like, she ults in a line, she E's you in a line for the most part. You can't really E to the side to dodge her E because then you just won't have damage to kill her. Obviously, the situations always vary. But yeah, the lane is difficult, but just don't get poked out early. That's my best advice. Stay exceptionally safe and miss even more CS than most mages. And then you should be fine to start doing work at level 6. Level 6, you have a way better chance of killing her. Like, you do win the lane at 6, just not even as hard as like if you're going against a Zilean or Ziggs, but you do win 6 Akali versus Zoe.